next to some of those are going to be later in the season going out for bid, so they'll hit late. I'm going to briefly go through some of these, and then I'm going to get into some more of the details on some of the bigger ones. So we have 3 projects that are continuing. We have a lot more in Ketchikan. I'll get on into the map, kind of finishing up. I'll just talk about real quick, 4 through 7 are projects in Haines that were a result of the emergency project, or the emergency we had in 2012, or 2020, I should say. And so it takes that long sometimes to get that FEMA funding to and through. One of those for sure is going to go. The others we're working through some right-of-way challenges. And so those are going to be later in the season. But really excited to finally get some much needed improvements there. On Tuesday, I mentioned the Hoonah Harbor Way pedestrian island. That's a really exciting project for the community there in partnership with them, Dennis Gray and his team. And we brought in a contractor using a CMGC process. And our own Dave Hanna is going to be doing concrete panels. And because actually in this summit, we had a conversation with Katherine, and we will secure additional funding to support getting those concrete panels on the top on a jetty that is historically, they move. And so we didn't want to like pour concrete. So we came up with a very innovative solution that if that jetty ever moves, you can just pick up the panels and place them right back down. And that'll give something not only for locals to access the island there that has a cemetery on it, but give something for a bird, a blooming tourist industry that is going on in Juneau. So excited about that project. We got a project, if you're going out the road, Juneau Bridget Cove Creek, that's going to be a deep project, replacing a large culvert. So you may get a little bit of detour out the road. I put an asterisk next to this, and then we took it off in the last day or so. We're going to actually accelerate this one because some of our process, we got to the point where, hey, we actually have some resources here and some things, we can move this forward. So we're going to be getting that one on the streets in the next couple months here. But that's a chip seal, and this is something new and innovative for at least us, and really looking at going to more chip seals to preserve the road and bad surface course on top. They use it a lot in the lower 48, and on our dollars that we have in preventative maintenance, this is going to be a change for us moving forward. We're also going to be fixing a few bumps out there by the ferry terminal out to the roundabout through this chip seal project. So I know if you tow a boat out that way, I always get to hear about it from my own folks in the office. So we'll be taking care of that as well. I'm going to skip way down this list because I'm going to talk about a lot of these projects in more detail on other slides, but I'm just going to say with the Sitka Airport Terminal Building, working with the community of Sitka, has been a great success, and that project continues to move forward. A lot of money flowing through us to build that. We also have Sitka Halibut Point Road pedestrian improvement project coming. And also the Sitka Seawalk Phase 2, which is going to add a sidewalk and connect underneath the bridge in downtown. So we're excited about that because we have a lot of challenges with pedestrians in that area, and it gives them another place to go and not be so congregated. But this is a culturally sensitive area. And so we've had to go through some extra steps, which is really cool because I've been learning all sorts of cool stuff about the tribe there and the history. Not just the fact that, that's where Alaska was essentially signed over. So really interesting and great working with the tribe there. And then lastly, some updates on gates and security for the Wrangell Airport. And this is something we've been doing to modernize and bring up to TSA standards across the state. Next, I want to talk about Ketchikan. As I said on Tuesday, we're investing over $200 million in Ketchikan from 23 to 2030 on some much needed work. And so the commissioner and I really sat down and said, okay, how do we space this out so we don't shut down business in Ketchikan? And since then, we've dedicated, we're going to stay on this track and deliver these projects because it matters to keeping those businesses open. So we've completed the Ketchikan Water Street Bridge project, which is actually down there on the viaducts. We're going to talk about a lot about that later today. But we got 7 other projects in Ketchikan that are going. I'll just list them off for this year. We have the North Tongass Ferry Terminal to Ward Creek. I just signed the contract yesterday, and that will actually go to Walmart because this is stage 1 from the ferry terminal. That's number 2 on the list. Oh, and you can't see it, so unless you have really good eyes. Wolf Point is that slope across the airport you look at when you're in the terminal building. that's caused a lot of challenges for us, and I'm going to talk more about that here shortly. We have the Tongass Improvement Project that's going down kind of that purple right in the middle, and that'll continue into this year. The Sales Gorge Street Viaduct project, this is combination project with the city of Ketchikan. It's on their infrastructure. It's a 90-degree bridge next to a bunch of houses. So really exciting, tight corridor. There's nothing that's not interesting in Ketchikan when it comes to infrastructure. Go back. Then we have some ferry terminal improvements, as was mentioned. We had to invest in some electrical systems there, so we're getting another about $4 to $5 million we're putting in there, and then a pedestrian improvement project on Stedman to Dearmont, and bringing that intersection up to standard for pedestrians and also some of the driveways in that area for safety. So let's talk about individual projects. Craig said this project was going to happen in 2025, and it's going to be a late bid, and we're going to be getting on to the bridge components and getting them ordered because we got a lot of work there, replacing mooring dolphins on that east berth terminal here in Ock Bay, replacing some support floats and the transfer bridge and doing some mechanical upgrades. And we had all the plans ready to go, and we started talking about, okay, we're going to move this vessel over here to the other berth, and comes to find out the water's not deep enough, and you're going to go, ground the ship at low tide. And so that really turned into another project, which is dredging out in front of that berth, which is a monumental permitting effort that can often take a year with federal highway or federal administration there with NIMS. So we're going through that process. We're strategizing how to get that out and make sure that we can get parts ordered and keep moving and separate those projects and still get something going here in 2025. And we believe we can do that. So you'll see the majority of that construction happening in 26, but just want to let people know what's going on there. So not too far away, you talk about, this is a smaller project, about $2 million. It's right down the road from the ferry terminal here in Juneau, and people really have probably seen the shoulder's been closed, and we don't think about it, but that's 30 feet down. That's an 8-foot culvert. It's a very large culvert. Each one of those squares is 4 by 4. And what you can see at the very bottom of the wall is separation. And what's happening is the fill behind it is starting to fall. And those panels are basically held with steel ropes going back into the slope. And the slope material holds those ropes in, keeps it tied, and keeps the wall panels secure. Well, it's failing at the very bottom due to erosion. And so you can see way at the top these holes. And this is actually a 3D rendering using drone technology and some of the really cool stuff we use on avalanche to measure avalanche depth and go out in emergency landslides. So we're now incorporating this into our project management. But this is a highly technical, deep excavation and replacement of a wall that's highly critical. And if this was to fail, and it only takes one of those panels kind of popping out in this scenario, we could lose entire access out into that north section of Juneau. So I want to let people know it's this type of stuff that we got to keep track of. It really matters, even though the dollars look small, because they're critical connections for what we do. And we're excited this contract is let, and we are moving forward. So stay tuned for that, and look out for the contractor crews when you go by, and be safe. Next, I want to talk about Wolf Point rock stabilization project. Again, this is across the channel from the airport terminal. If you're looking out from the bar area, you can see kind of a reddish patch. And this kind of failure happens on a fairly regular basis, comes down, hits the road. Luckily, no one's been hurt yet. This has been an extremely challenging project for a lot of reasons, and we've teamed up with a contractor, brought them on board during the design. And the reason this is so challenging is we're going to bring down that entire slope to get rid of that hazard. And to do so, we have to do blasting. You can imagine that you can't do blasting at night, so there goes most of your winter. This is the single arterial through town to keep north and south connected. You have a huge tourist industry, tons of flights, and you're going to need like 30 or 40 blasts. So kind of a big deal. We are going to be seeing blasting that's going to occur really late towards the evening and really early into the morning to avoid those tourism impacts. And we are going to see shutdowns, and we're coordinating with all our emergency services to make sure everything's covered. But we're going to have to shut the road down multiple times to do this. The maximum about an hour shutdown just to allow that blast to go off, pick up any material that comes down on the road, and then to allow traffic through, and then get out of the way of all the tourism and business that are be going on. So highly technical, really important work. And we're going to be needing to know this and work on this because we're going to be doing some of the similar things on the South Tongass project in 28. And there's a lot more challenges out there. And so this is a good start, and we'll make some major safety improvements. So Haines Highway Stage 3, the final completion to modernize the highway in Haines from Haines all the way to Canadian border. So this is wonderful news for us. And the second stage fixed the debris flow mile 23 or mile 19. And we're going to be doing another one fix of a debris flow above the Chilkat Village at milepost 23. And this is great news because that those debris flows have cost us a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year, shutting the road down. I can say since we did stage 2, we have not had a single shutdown of the road for about 3 years now. So that was the highest maintenance cost in the state, was at these locations. And so that's going to go away. We're also replacing the Chilkat River Bridge. And we got tight corridors, historically significant areas. And so we've been working with the tribe and working with our designers to make sure we protect resources, but also allow for traffic to get through during the summer seasons while we're going to be building this over the next 2 years. And this is a big job, $55 million plus. And I just signed the letter of intent, or actually Vicky did, to send it on over to the contractor. So that contract will be signed shortly by the contractor and us, and we'll be getting going this spring. So really excited about that. Also, another big project, replacing pretty much all of State Street in Skagway, another historically significant area. We have a lot of contaminated sites on this project, oil contamination and various things. The city's getting out in front and replacing a lot of their utilities underneath and in front of us. And we're going to be stepping down this pretty much from the water all the way back to the bridge there down State Street. So a lot of challenges through this, dealing with, again, high traffic because of tourism and other things. And so this is going to take about 2 years to complete. And again, that $27 million mark. So again, really excited about it, and going to have a lot of ADA pedestrian type upgrades too. So easier to walk through and traverse in Skagway. So I'm really excited about roundabouts. I love them. You know, when you go to the AARP website, you know, and you find out that grandma and grandpa really love them too, and they encourage them, and you know, they're amazing things that reduce congestion, provide better pedestrian safety. And I am proud to say this roundabout will be the first egg-shaped roundabout in Juneau. And it is the most expensive egg in Juneau, even with the record high prices that we're seeing. About $3 to $5 million for this project, and we're going to be letting this later in the season, be building this into 26. So we got a little right-of-way things. We got found an innovative method to deal with that with Federal Highways, making an ask recently. So always challenged, and we're finding new and interesting ways to navigate that. But we're super excited about this, and this is really going to continue to help reduce congestion. If you remember 5, 6 years ago going through the valley, the roundabouts that weren't there, it was difficult, especially in the morning and coming home, and that has radically changed. And so we're excited about this one too, adding to that. And I keep people asking, this is great news. People are starting to ask me, so when you put in a roundabout at the back loop and the full loop and the spur? So that means people are changing their mind. They're buying into what these are, and they see the benefits of them. So that's exciting. Next, I want to talk about the Angoon Airport. This is a project we've designed back in the day. Actually, I was working as a project manager to 95%. We're going to put those plans on the shelf this year, fully completed this summer, and have this ready to go. We're working through the right-of-way components, but this is a brand new airport. This doesn't happen very often in the state, and we're excited to be bringing this to Angoon. This is greater than $60 million. It's a significant investment. It's going to take 4 years to build in a couple locations. Does this have a laser pointer? I'll find it. No, okay. Well, I tried. Couple locations on the runway, there's clay, and we recognize there's about 20, 30 feet of clay. And as we went through the design process associated with that, we were like, oh, we're going to pick up that clay. We're going to get it completely out of there. We're going to move it. And then somebody said, you know, clay moves like lava once it's moved and disturbed. And that's just a hillside. And you don't want that to end up in the bay. Great observation. So we're going to have to not move that, and we're going to surcharge it, put in some wick drains, and clay's like little plates, and you got to push the water out between little plates. So we're going to drill down a bunch of plates to allow that water to escape, get that pre-settlement over time so we can have a solid base for many, many, many years to come here in Angoon. And we're excited to bring this forward. The challenge is going to be, because we believe we're going to be ready in 26, it's going to be getting the funding. We keep hearing about projects escalating in costs. We have a project, big one this year in Kodiak airport project. We've seen a massive escalation of that cost. And those inflationary pressures are real. And we don't get magic money, as we heard with the ferry terminal folks. It doesn't just show up. So we have to navigate that. And so we're trying every way we can, but we believe the best way to advocate for a project is put it on the shelf. And this year we got that opportunity. Some of the things that we've been changing, so, hiring consultants, modifying our processes. We have a whole project, Kokkinok Airport. We've completed a whole year early. I got a project sitting on the shelf, and now it's up there, and we're trying to find a way to fund it and get it advertised this year. And we wouldn't have had that opportunity if we hadn't made a lot of the changes we've made in Southcoast. So next, I want to talk about Yandukan intersection. This is a huge safety challenge for us there at the Fred Meyer intersection, one we really care about and want to see changes for the better. And some of the development we've seen in the area most recently, ATMs going away from Safeway and Fred Meyer, and a bank going across the way, has led to increased challenges at this location. We're seeing pedestrians cross at that location, trying to get the bank at the other side now because that's where they bank. And there's not really good infrastructure for this. So you'll see just 3 weeks ago, we put up signage saying to make it real clear, hey, do not cross here. This is not safe. But that just emphasizes the importance of this job. And what we're trying to do is increase that safety, reduce risk. That's the primary purpose of what we did. We went through a whole Pell study to do that. Pell study is a planning environmental linkage study, helps us narrow down all the options to get to one or a few that we can go through. And I'll explain that a little bit later on another project. And then our secondary needs were the Glacier Lemon Spur extension and also to again improve that non-motorized access in the area. And that's what the Pell really helped us through. So this led us to take a 4-staged approach. The first stage was to separate lanes, because through the Pell process, we learned in talking with users and creating that user story that people couldn't tell who was turning into Fred Meyer and who was going straight. So we did a separation on that. We also did the radar feedback signs at 55 miles an hour. We did the seasonal reduction, which we just got through that. Had some issues with the manufacturer boards and a few other things, but we've corrected that. And I can proudly say that there was no major accidents at that intersection since we put that in. So it seems to be working. Not everybody complies with the signs, but for the most part, we're seeing a reduction in speed through there. And that's a huge positive. And I understand at the same time that costs everyone a little bit of time each day. It's about 41 seconds each way. We recognize that. We appreciate your time. And bear with us. Hopefully you can gain those 41 seconds through AI technology or some other way that's been coming up. Next is that phase 2, and we want to be into that design of that intersection and constructing 2026. So we have a firm from Seattle that's working really hard, Parametrics, to get that going and out the door. One of our challenges and limiting factors is going to be being able to get the steel for the poles to have that lighted, and I'll show you what that configuration looks like here in a second. The last one, and a lot of people in this room have supported us with support letters, CBJ, Chamber of Commerce, of a redundant link in behind Fred Meyer, because we still have gaps in pedestrian. This is the single, when this has an accident, you can't get through. So we want to have that redundancy in the system. And then there's a potential 4th option and phase, and that was a potential pedestrian overpass. So this is generally what it's going to look like, and you don't have the speed reduction project on this map, but in the right-hand corner in that square, we're looking at placing in protected left turns. That was the main purpose of what we saw the majority of the accidents were causing. And so we're going to be adjusting to this option. This is what the Pell got us to as the singular preferred option. This also gives us the ability to allow for those protected crossings for pedestrians that we're seeing because of the dynamics that have changed with the bank especially. And so this is what we're pushing hard, and the team knows this is a very top priority in our region to get going. What you see on the kind of that yellow is all the other pieces we've been working on with the Forest Service to identify right-of-way, because they own some of that right-of-way and connect into McNugget intersection. So we have that redundancy. And then that little S just past the square on the road by the Andukin intersection is a conceptual overpass for pedestrians, again, to tie that in. And we got some additional conversations that we're going to need to have just about pedestrian access to the airport and what this kind of development is also causing. So some additional needs and conversations we'll be having along that. So I want to talk about developing project partnerships, and just a big thank you to the folks that we're going to talk about all these different projects as we go through. This is making a huge difference, finding ways to work with folks. And I can tell you it's a lot of fun and a lot of great people out there when you get brains together and you look at needs and those user stories. It makes a huge difference. And a lot of those people are actually in this room. So I got a special shout out to the Ketchikan Indian community and Tlingit and Haida. We have great needs and we don't have enough money to do it. And as part of this conversation in Southeast Conference, Richard Harney with Ketchikan Indian community came to me and he said, hey, what could you use? We're getting a ton of money in our tribal transportation funds, and we're trying to find ways to do that it helps and find win-wins for everybody. And so we identified through that process, hey, there's bridges that need funding that are deficient. There is culverts that are failing. Anybody have experienced the Jordan Creek failure this year? That's an exact example of culvert failing from degradation. And so we have a lot of culverts like that here in Juneau and like that in Southeast that are coming to the end of their service life. And there's not a lot of money to be able to go in and fix them. And this was an opportunity to explore and find where we can get wins, recognizing that we can also protect fish in doing so. And so the other person I want to thank, sitting right back there, Royal Hill, he's coming along with us and having these conversations as well. We started that in Juneau. We've identified a couple bridges that aren't our bridges, but we inspect that would benefit tribal members. And we want to extend that into the rest of the region because a lot of the problem we have is we don't have the asset data on these culverts to even know what condition they're in. And so we're trying to find ways to collaboratively go community by community and find that, besides sending my hydraulic engineer to each and every one of these communities and slowly getting it. We want to find creative ways to do it. So I just want to say this is an awesome opportunity. It's a great way of folks coming together and trying to find new and innovative ways to do things going forward. So thank you, Ketchikan Indian community and Tlingit and Haida. Really appreciate it. So Sitka Harbor Drive, we just got approval for a new project, and this was a lot of conversations with Sitka, and we got a small task force going to go beyond this project. But the tourism industry and bringing a lot of folks in has caused a lot of challenges when it comes to pedestrians on roads that weren't exactly designed to accommodate it. And so as you can see in this picture, there's a lot of jaywalking going on. You can see there's a gentleman looking, he's ready to go, and he's like 20 feet away from a light. And so we want to get ahead of this as best as we can. And so right where those people are crossing, we stood up a project. We're going to be putting in bulb outs in a pedestrian crossing. We're also talking about what other things that we can do in this with the community of Sitka to prevent that behavior and protect people that are coming to town and not thinking of Sitka or any of our communities like Disneyland, but recognizing that there's people here living, trying to move and go through their lives. And we can better design for that. Some of the challenges that come with any of this is we're going to take a few parking spots away. Some of the other options could lead to similar things. We got to stand up meet lighting standards and of course construction timing. You're all trying to do this and build these types of things when all the boats are coming in and rearrange for that. So as I've kind of joked, we start to work on bar hours and to not let people sleep, but also get the work done and not disturb people too much. And so this is a general outline of where that'll look like at that location. So Catland Bay, this has been probably the most challenging job of my career. By far, it is I can't wait for folks to really get out there and see it. Last spring I said we're going to be, or last winter I said we're going to be opening up this spring about 2 miles of it. And we've since done that. And it's that point, that star on the left-hand corner, that's been open. And the response that we've gotten from the public is, wow, I didn't understand what you were going through until we drove out there, but it is amazing and stunning and excellent work. The good news is most of that road is actually built. All the green is done. In fact, where those 2 points are that says road pioneered and it points to it, it's actually done to both of those points too. And you can stare across the gorge to the other side and see the end. And we're pioneered through that bend. And so this summer we hoped to be able to secure a little more funding to be able to complete that road section in that section and also deal with 2 major crossings at Clear Cut and Trappers Creek there. The one thing that we do not have is enough funding for doing the bridges at the South Catland and the Catland River. And this is where Gold Belt, Sciatica has been super helpful and advocating and trying to get additional funding for those bridges to get out there in the valley. And I've been in a lot of national parks, and I'm telling you, this is prettier than most of the roads I've been in national parks. It's stunning and will open up subsistence and all sorts of things for the community, for folks that don't have boat access, and also potential resources there too. So really excited about this, and hopefully we'll be opening it this coming year, at least out to the South Catland, and hopefully we can grab the funding some way, somehow, to finish those bridges. Next, I want to talk about the Juneau North Douglas Crossing Well study, give folks a little bit of an update. We have several different options. I'm going to walk you through kind of what the Pell is going to do for us on this project and help you understand that. Those options have told us that any crossing is in the neighborhood of $360 to $530 million, and then one option that's $1 billion plus. So I got that first one on my resume. We got an option that's $1 billion plus. And this project is really trying to improve the connections between Douglas Island and Juneau, and secondarily, identify ways to improve transportation for non-motorized users and reduce transportation-related energy consumption. So a major project we're excited about. We appreciate the relationship that we have with CBJ, and we're looking to sign an MOA and move on to design in the near future. Folks are probably wondering, well, hey, what are you guys all doing? And we're going to be having a final public meeting on the Pell in the very near future. Some of you probably heard about Salmon Creek and Salmon Creek Dam. Let me just tell you how that all came up. I was sitting in a Mendenhall flooding planning meeting prior to our flooding this last year. Denise was there too at a separate table, and AEL&P looked across the table and said, hey, has anyone talked to you about the dam and the concerns with the dam? And I said, no. And he goes, you should come see a model. And so we went over to their office and they showed us a model. And the model was 12 feet of water over the bridges, the existing bridges, and 30 feet per second. So the evacuation maps really don't paint a picture of what that means. That means there's no connectivity after an event. So we decided to go and ask FERC, what is the causing event? Because that's really the decision factor of whether there's connectivity after that event or not. And so we've been trying to work with FERC to find out that, because that's all under a very hard lock and key. Through that effort with FERC has not really given us that information yet. And we are well into that by 4 or 5 months now. And we continue to wait. We got to the point now where we're going to move forward and move to the next steps and really leave that for the NEPA process to get that information in from them, just because we don't want to keep progress from moving forward. But that is something we are looking at and really looking at what is that causal event. So That'll lead to a public meeting here in the very near future, where we're going to go through kind of where we are and what the options are on the table regarding the Pell study. And we're going to be completing that Pell study in spring and summer so we can move to design and the NEPA process after. So what is the Pell doing for us? The Pell document on Yandukin got us to one noodle. We started this process out, or one option, and everybody came to the table and they gave us all these ideas. And what we ended up with was spaghetti, right? So we have all these noodles across the way trying to find a way to cross the channel, and everyone's ideas, from tunnels to bridges that look like the Golden Gate Bridge, all sorts of things, right? And what the Pell does is really try to get us down to, instead of examining during the NEPA process every single one of the noodles in the bowl of spaghetti and taking the time to detail that in great, great detail, is okay, let's look at 4 or 5 or 3 noodles in more depth, because these are the ones we know meet the purpose and need. And that's how we're going to save time. So we're not going to get down at the end of this, just if everyone is afraid, we're not going to get down to one noodle. Not like on the Yandukin. We got a lot more work to do, a lot more analysis to do, partner and information gathering that we couldn't get during the Pell, but we're going to do that during NEPA. So this process isn't over. Gathering and working with the community isn't over. We're going to go through our due diligence and work with everyone. And I want everybody to really understand that. Next, I want to talk about Cascade Point and a partnership that we've been developing with Gold Belt. And if you really like a friendly relationship, but to get ribbed often, I say go work with Steven right here. He's great. He likes to give me calls about potholes all the time. And I really actually appreciate that. And he's a creative dude and super supportive and getting on this. And this project has some real technical challenges with the wave environment that's out there. But what we're finding is those are all mitigatable. We can find solutions to them. And we're working through those solutions as we speak on how to arrange a ferry terminal that both works for Gold Belt and for the department. And we're pushing that design because of some of the technicalities, trying to get it to a 35% design. And the reason for that is it has a lot to do with that wave environment. It is super challenging, and until that is fully understood and what it's going to take for the engineering, we really don't know the true cost that's going to come for it, which doesn't allow us to make the true decision we need to make. And so that's what we're doing. We're doing the due diligence on the engineering and discussing, how we can come together and potentially make this work. But that decision hasn't necessarily been made. What we're learning and talking with the economists is that this is going to reduce fuel consumption and overall emissions, and not just in the boats, but overall, totally, with what we're doing. We're also learning this has AMHS maintenance savings by going to this location, and we're going to be talking about faster, more predictable sailing and schedules. So there are some major benefits to this project that we're going to continue to explore and work through that decision as we go forward. So next, I want to talk about the next project of my career that's going to be the most difficult, and that is the Ketchikan and Water Street Viaducts project. This is that section, and this project covers from the left-hand corner all the way to the right-hand corner where the tunnel is downtown, and you can see just how busy this corridor is. From this view, or when you're driving it, it just looks like another normal road. It's not. It's actually 2 of the longest bridges in the state, and they're not uniform. So every one of those rectangles you see up there, or squares, are all different. This was built in 1954 prior to statehood, and it ain't in great shape. And so this is the one that Richard Harney and I really got to talking about, of like, hey, we got some money to do a job, but it ain't enough. We need like another 100 million, and this is really critical because this is a lifeblood artery of Ketchikan. And we just had a project where we had to shut down an alleyway because some deterioration in the steel, right? We've since fixed that, but I don't want to have to continue to shut down lanes or all those types of things because it will affect the economy of Ketchikan. So we said, how do we get ahead of this? And so with that partnership with Ketchikan Indian community, they put in a grant for $9 million just to do design to finish up the rest of this project from what we were doing. In the meantime, we're pursuing pieces of this, and I'm going to walk through each one of these sections to give you a real sense of what is there. So this section, and again, just to zoom in to the left-hand corner that you were seeing before, these are areas where we need to do substructure repairs and cathodic protection, basically protect the metal from continuing to rot away. And again, those are all squares, varying different types of bridges, structures. We're going to be doing the same thing through all those green sections, and maybe doing a little resurfacing on the top of this section. But I don't have the money to replace this, not even close. So this is about a third and one of the longest bridges in the state. It's not in great condition. So that's why we're moving forward to get that design funding to be able to start planning to design this, to put a project on the shelf so that we can get and advocate even better for project money. And what I think many of us understand here in this room is when you have shelf-ready projects, money tends to find a way. What we are going to be focusing is on getting rid of bridges with the money that we do have, and doing some resurfacing because we know there's major surface problems out there. This is one of the most potholed sections in the entire region. And right in the heart of it, that green section is actually a bridge. On all four sides is land. So there's a piece of bridge that's been filled in on every single side. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to replace that and get rid of the bridge so I don't have to maintain a bridge, which I actually don't even have access to inspect anymore. So we're going to get rid of that with the project money that we have and funding, and we have close to $50 million. So that's not all we're doing. The next step, we're going to get rid of the green section here and the purple section because that's been filled in on all three sides. And we can fill in the middle and get rid of bridge structure. On the corner, on the right-hand side at the bottom, you'll see other sections that have done the same over by the tunnel. And we're going to be getting rid of those bridge sections. And everything else in between is we're doing cathodic type protection with this to give as much life as we can. And then through that work with Ketchikan Indian community and hopefully that grant, we're going to be doing the rest of the design. I'll also mention we found that the Schoenbar intersection met warrants, pedestrian warrants, so we're going to be looking to find funding to put up a signal at that location to allow for safer crossings. So why am I concerned? So that three-sided section I just said we were going to eliminate. This is the layout of all the infrastructure that's underneath it. We have force main sewer, we have gravity sewer, we have water, we have comms, electrical, all under there. And you have basically parking and 2 lanes of traffic. So remove a bridge, fill it back in, and keep all the services running. Oh, and by the way, there's a bunch of structures that are leaning on our bridge, being supported by our bridge. If you go down there, you'll find another building that is, they had to meet ADA requirements, so they got literally, Alaska Ingenuity, got to come along, strapped it to one of our piles and zipped it right to the bridge. So we got some right-of-way challenges out here that are pretty darn epic. And this gives you a sense of just that. This is what it looks underneath. In that upper corner, left-hand corner, you'll see that square box below. That is actually gravity sewer. That's gravity sewer flowing into it. So you got to keep all that running while you tear this whole section out. You have the building. There's a building next to it that's leaning up against the structure because you can see the pile that's leaning. And similarly, this is kind of another view, pan decking that's off to the side. You have the comms and utilities in the right-hand corner. And similarly below with structures leaning on the bridge itself. So I hope you sympathize with me just a hair bit after all of that. And we have, well over 100 projects in our region that we're constantly putting through design or construction at any given moment. And it may feel like that. A little sluggish, takes time to get through this, and this is actually a slug on the Latuya. And Mary Wastina gave us this photo, and I want to help you understand why it can feel that way. We've been mapping all of the processes that we have to go through on the federal side, And they are massive and extensive, and we're not done. We got another 9 of these we're going to be working through. The last 2 years we've been building these and really trying to understand what it is that we're doing, how we interact, and how we play with one another. And I don't say this really truly to be have you have sympathy for us. What I say is this is leading exercises leading to better communication and understanding of what we do. It's leading to understanding where our bottlenecks are. It's leading to us understanding where we can move positions to get rid of those bottlenecks and rely on contractors and shift workload in areas while keeping people working with the PCNs that we have. And we've been empowering staff as they've learned these processes better and in more detail. They're getting empowered, they're getting excited, they're seeing where they can make that influence, where their sphere of influence is changing. And we're seeing the process speed up and navigate through this. And if Murkowski and Senator Sullivan and others are successful in reducing regulations, that's even better for us. And I will say, if you ever want to see some of these copies or use some of them, a lot of our consultants have actually been in our office and go, what in the world is that? That's amazing. Can I have it? Because we have life-size versions of it all over. Yes, we will give it away. And if you find flaws, please let us know because we don't want to trip over that. And through this process, we're leading down expectations. And I'm seeing a narrative change in our staff of, okay, how do we hit these dates? We understand it better. It's not just one big black box. And that's huge. That's a change in culture. And I just want to say thank you for those who are partnering with us. Thank you for those who are coming alongside us through this process. Things are on the upswing, and we're doing great things, and we appreciate you helping us do that. So I went way over, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. But we loved it and we appreciate it. But I do have to let folks be able to kind of move around and enjoy a little bit of a break before we roll into the 1 o'clock. But let's go ahead and thank Dr. Goins for his time. And with that, there is about a 10-15 minute break for you guys to get up. There's snacks and drinks and then we'll roll into the next presentation.
I did that. Yeah, I appreciate that. So I will send you. I'm gonna. But once I get those finalized again, I'll send that.
Okay. I thank you all. I gave you a little bit of extra time to hopefully get your blood flowing again before you had to sit, even though this year we got the event space got brand new seats. So hopefully your butts don't feel too numb. But the next session that we're going to cover is, as Chris pointed out in his presentation, it's great to get plans on the shelf, and have projects ready, because when projects are planned out and ready to go, the capital funds for them are easier to obtain. And we're always looking towards the future and the future needs of our communities, and better ways to improve how we go about getting projects into place. And so we've got a great panel lined up today, to cover more about some really exciting projects that Alaska DOT is going about. They got funding this year to do and to address how they go about planning projects. Southeast Conference has also gotten to be a part of the Pacific Northwest to Alaska group, and we've invited Alex Pierce up to represent that project, because they're looking at cruising into the future to make sure that our communities are healthy, and we have a healthier environment for our citizens and residents to live in. And then also, as Director Goins brought up, Tlingit and Haida has been extremely active in transportation and helping communities see these projects come forward and addressing the needs of their citizens. And so we've got Royal Hill with us here today, to also talk about what they've got going on. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start with Royal and let him cover. You can either stay in your seat or join the podium, wherever you're comfortable.
Oh, stand it. Hello, everyone. I'm Royal Hill with Central Council Tlingit and Haida. It's great to be here at the Southeast Conference mid-session, and it's very interesting to see everybody and just realize how everybody here has a connection in one way or the other, whether it be economics, transportation, it all gets tied in together and hand to hand. And if one component isn't working, then the rest are going to be failing too. And I think all of us working together, getting together, and Central Council Tlingit and Haida meeting with the State of Alaska Department of Transportation, the CBJ, and doing reach out to the other communities that Tlingit and Haida has and represents during our tribal assembly session. And our tribal assembly, in case all of you guys might know, we have tribal assembly every year in April, and that's where all of our communities get together, and that's 122 delegates come to Juneau for 3 days, and that's where they hash out what the tribe's missions and goals are going to be for every year. And it's pretty interesting in all the communities that we have. That comes all 122 people. It's from Anchorage, Angoon, Craig, Haines, Hoona, Heidelberg, Juneau, Cake, Kasan, Ketchikan, Klawock, Cluckwan, Metlakatla, Pelican, Petersburg, Saxman, Sitka, Wrangell, Yakutat, San Francisco, and Seattle. And that's 122 people. That's huge. And Tlingit and Haida kind of acts as we're our own tribe sovereign government, and we basically we're separate. We have sovereignty from the state of Alaska, even though it doesn't seem like that. We're all neighbors, and we're all here for the same cause, for bettering, to make it better in the state of Alaska, whether it's economics or transportation. And my portion of this is transportation, and it's realizing how big it is and what the tribe could do. We could sit there and just not do anything and just take care of our own stuff and worry about ourselves, but that's not who we are. And it's all about engagement with everybody and doing what we can to better our situation. And, you know, Alaska, especially Southeast Alaska, has the toughest transportation to deal with we're a bunch of islands, and how do we deal with a bunch of islands? And if it's not an island, we got big mountains, and Juneau, you got a whole range of glacier behind us, so we can't even blaze a road, well, that way to tie into the Canadian highway to make things easier. It'd be nice if we didn't have glaciers, but that's what makes Juneau beautiful. So as my role as a transportation manager, I deal with everything that Central Council has to do using our federal highways funds, and adding the newly acquired properties that we've acquired over the years to our inventory, and updating our inventories and our LRTPs, which, you know, state of Alaska has to do, and then engaging in the second crossing with the PELs. And my route isn't on there. Is Chris, where you at? Yeah, I see that one got eliminated, but you know, but it just goes to show there's a lot of planning that is happening, going on between a lot of entities, organizations, and a lot of people with many different departments within the state, tribal governments, and all that. But I'll cut it short because we got a big panel up here. I could go on just like Chris, and but thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Earl. And then next, like I said, we'll hear from Alex Pierce on the Green Corridor effort for the cruise lines.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. And I have slides. Is this? Okay. The other day I had Scott Haberstad as like Vanna White for me. And not only was he lovely and congenial at that job, but I didn't have to do this myself. All right, thank you. I'm Alex Pierce. I'm the Visitor Industry Director at the City and Borough of Juneau. And I've been involved in the Pacific Northwest to Alaska Green Corridor project since its inception. It's an exciting project that I and the other Alaska ports, as well as Southeast Conference and other regional partners, are really involved on a kind of policy and awareness, stakeholder engagement front, rather than the technical bunkering of fuel front, as I'll get into. So what is a green corridor? A green corridor is a specific shipping route where low and zero greenhouse gas emission solutions are demonstrated and supported through collaboration across sectors to accelerate decarbonization. The Green Corridor concept came out of the 2021 United Nations Climate Conference. Of course, the U.S. is no longer part of the Paris Climate Accord. However, the International Maritime Organization has prioritized zero carbon or lower zero carbon shipping by 2050. So it's important that we continue working on these efforts in order to meet those regulatory demands. And also, you know, where better in the world to focus on how to clean up our cruising routes than Southeast Alaska, something that's really beneficial in our region. Typically green corridors, this is the first of its kind for cruise. Typically green corridors are a demonstration project from one major cargo port to another major cargo port. Cruise ships go to a variety of different ports of different sizes. Much more, also the human cargo factor, it's a much more complex industry for decarbonization. And what's unique about this region is not only do we have a mix of large home port type facilities, Seattle and Vancouver, and small more rural communities in Alaska with very, very different needs, we also only have 2 national governments to deal with, whereas doing a demonstration project somewhere like the Mediterranean or the Caribbean would be a little bit more complicated. There are 62 different projects announced by the end of 2024. And it allows us to work with the cruise industry to solve the complex challenge of how to get to decarbonized cruise vessel. Not only do we need to think about ship technology, we also need to think about fuel supply chains. So these are the partners, the First Movers Group. Our partners include 3 global cruise lines, Carnival Corporation, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean Group, and their associated brands, as well as their industry association, Cruise Lines International Association. The 2 home ports, which are Seattle and Vancouver, as well as 5 courts of call. Partners include Juneau, Sitka, Haines, and Skagway. And then multiple non-governmental organizations, several with connections to maritime decarbonization around the world. So this slide shows more detail about the corridor, the route we're taking. And there are many unique aspects of a green corridor focused on cruise, including many different ports involved with differences in size and resources, as I mentioned, and the difference between home ports and port of call partners. The fuel supply chain issue is really being handled by the home ports. It's a long way from Seattle to Haines or Skagway, but whatever the technological solution ultimately looks like, it needs to be able to accommodate that length of itinerary. You know, I was talking to Caitlin before coming up here about the challenges of alternative fuels in Alaska and the size of our market. We're dealing with a seasonal market. You know, bunkering green methanol somewhere in Alaska would be not only incredibly challenging, but also drive up the cost of the project because there aren't really ancillary industries that could use that fuel source as opposed to a major transportation hub like Seattle and Vancouver. So we launched this partnership 2.5 years ago. Our initial discussions focused around forming the foundation of partnership, confirming definitions and objectives around what a project charter would look like, signing that project charter. This project has been incredibly beneficial in terms of regional collaboration between different ports along the network as well as the cruise lines. And it's helped strengthen some of the partnerships throughout the region, both between our the ports of call like Juneau and other port partners, but also with connections with some of the non-governmental organizations involved. I've had formed some really beneficial relationships there. So First Mover Partners really came together on the commitment to explore the feasibility of low or zero greenhouse gas emission cruising. In 2023, we began working with the Maersk McKinney Moeller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping to scope a feasibility study. So the Maersk Center is a leading global think tank advising the Green Corridor Project and research around the world. So they're working on numerous different green corridors and applying kind of the same criteria project methodology to a number of shipping corridors, and now we're kind of taking that knowledge and helping us figure out our feasibility study for cruise ships. And so a little bit more on the scope. As I mentioned, the study is being led by the Maersk McKinney Moeller Center. In scoping the study, we set a project goal to assess the feasibility of 4 cruise vessels sailing on green methanol to Alaska by 2032, with the first methanol-powered ship in the water by 2030. The study assumes that bunkering will only take place in Seattle and Vancouver, as mentioned. And because we're working on with the Maersk Center, their methodology really centers around understanding the additional cost of green methanol for crews in the Alaska market compared to conventional fuels. And the theory of change is that if you close that cost gap, the project is feasible. And I apologize for reading from my notes so intensely here, but I want to make sure I get the technical information right because that's not really my area of this project. So why methanol? So methanol has advantages over other emerging alternative maritime fuels like ammonia or hydrogen due to its existing supply chain. I believe there's already a production facility in Vancouver, less volatile properties, air emission reduction benefits, and its carbon reduction potential. I say carbon reduction potential because if you look at the molecule of methanol depicted here, it contains carbon. This means that to produce methanol requires a carbon input or feedstock. So to be considered green methanol, production requires the use of carbon from either a waste source or captured from the atmosphere or other chemical process. This means that the carbon content of green methanol can be considered net zero as no additional carbon is added to the atmosphere. So a little bit more on the project structure. We've worked with the Mayor Center to form a project consortium to lead different work streams. So Hydrogen is our green methanol fuel partner. And then Port of Seattle, working very closely with Port of Vancouver, is leading the feasibility study of transporting, storing, and bunkering methanol. And then CLIA is leading both the vessel decarbonization and passenger willingness to pay. That's important because of antitrust laws. The cruise lines are submitting their information to CLIA, and then CLIA is aggregating that information and supplying it to the Maersk Center. And then, of course, the Mayor Center is consolidating that information and generating the roadmap. So this slide provides a visual overview of the scope of the study. It highlights how we're really looking at the whole supply chain, from green methanol production to transportation to ports to bunkering, and then ultimately sailing to here in Alaska. And so other initiatives related to this project, a lot of stakeholder engagement and policy advocacy to undertake a project of this scale, which ultimately is intended to drive transformational change in the industry. There's kind of sub work that goes along with that. We've held 2 webinars on our process. We have a government affairs working group that is heavily engaged in working with both the national and provincial government in Canada, as well as the national, federal, and state government in the US on kind of driving the initiative forward, funding opportunities that obviously changed a couple weeks ago, and ensuring that the regulatory environment supports green methanol use and that we don't run into too many regulatory hurdles. And so we are completing the feasibility study and sharing results is our top priority. We're hoping to have that done in Q3 of this year with final results shared publicly by the end of the year. And then the Maersk Center from there will help us drive next steps and figure out how we move forward for implementation. And with that, I will pass it along to my my next panelist here. I don't know if anybody else has slides. Okay. There you go. Pass the baton.
I'll just come up here. All right. So I'm Judy Chapman, and I'm the Deputy Director of Planning for DOT And I'm here with a group of folks, real talented planners. We've got Jill Melcher, our Southcoast Regional Planning Chief, also known as JFO. Erin Reinders, sorry, with AML. You all know her. She's my partner in crime on all of our joint plans with AML. And then Sarah Cripe, who's our Waterways and Freight Planner. And glad to have all of them here today. We're going to go kind of quickly through these slides so we can get to lunch. We realize we're standing between you and lunch. I did want to say before we start that planning is really important. It's, you know, I work in a department of doers, so sometimes planning is less valued, I think, than doing. But I know that's not Chris's perspective on it. He's really a supporter of planning. And, you know, to get to the doing and to have that thing that you're doing be successful, you really have to set the groundwork through good sound planning, transparent planning with a lot of public and stakeholder involvement. So that's why we plan. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the framework for planning. We have a statewide long-range transportation plan that's federally required. It's not required on any particular time frame, but it does inform, and there's feedback loops between our LRTP, which looks at the different transportation systems and modes in the state, and looks at gaps, and looks at the issues that affect them, and comes up with broad recommendations for both policy and for funding, the strategic capital direction, if you will. And then we have other plans that revolve around it, and they're all different types. I won't go into that too much, but you get the idea. So with the long-range plan, the primary feeder plans that are really doing that feedback loop are the air, land, and sea modes. We have a continuous statewide aviation system plan that we're always working on and updating, and that informs what projects get and what issues are dealt with in our aviation system. We do own and operate about 237 airports across the state, so the air mode is really critically important to us. AMH long range plan, you heard from Craig and his team on that, and that is the guiding document for the marine side. We are also foraying into waterways planning on rivers as well. And so Sarah Cripe has taken kind of the lead on that. In our freight plan, we're going to be taking a hard look at waterways and barge traffic this year. The state highway corridor plan has yet to be created, but that's just a plan for planning our different corridors and making sure that we have a project pipeline that reflects state of good repair. And under that are modal plans. A lot of those are planning and environmental linkage studies you heard about earlier from Chris, and then also airport master plans. So the long-range transportation plan, our overarching umbrella plan, provides a 20 to 25-year-long vision. It guides the regional and area plan processes that are kind of underneath it. We'll cover that in a second. And it's not intended to identify individual projects so much as the general policies and how we're going to invest. And DC Deputy Commissioner Keith covered some of this, but we are always trying to invest in the system with some key focuses, which are safety, economic vitality, the state of good repair, resiliency, and sustainability. We are looking at, it used to be a rural, urban, surface, and waterways. Now we're calling it air, land, and sea. And we try to be modern, resilient, and agile. At the same time, when you're doing planning and trying to bring the public along, you have to be transparent, ethical, and process-oriented. So those things can sometimes come into conflict, but we're doing our best to get through that. And then the LRTP and the freight plan updates are happening imminently. So this is a plug just to get everyone in this room who is interested in transportation to be on the lookout for that. Your vision gets entwined with the state vision about what transportation needs to be in this state. And so it is really important to get involved. And it can be a little dry because, again, it's the planning, not the doing. But we want to really hear from you and understand the issues. So we have the modal and system plans that inform the regional plans again. So that's that feedback loop going the other direction. The aviation system plan, the AMHS long range plan. We have a rail plan, statewide rail plan. We have Alaska statewide active transportation plan. That's our non-motorized mode. And of course, the freight plan, which is federally required, and it has to be updated every 4 years. And then we have a NEVI plan. The future of that one's a little bit unknown now that we've got different direction at the national level. But, and then the highway plan and corridors plan, which is a future desire of ours to start mapping that out. I should have mentioned that we do have a contractor who's in this room. That's Dal over there with Kendall and Renee, who are helping us create a plans typology and plan templates for these things so that we understand as an organization when it's time to update a plan, what deliverables should come out of that particular type of plan, and what the plan is for. And we have this new crop of really talented young planners, and a lot of them haven't really embarked on managing transportation plans yet. So we're trying to bring them up into the skill set of being able to do that, and really appreciate Dell's work on that. So area plans, we've divided the state into roughly 6 areas. You can see them in color over there. Sorry, I chopped off the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan. That's the green area. But the pink one is the Northwest area. We did that one in 2021. We just got an update of that plan. We're currently finishing up the interior Alaska Transportation Plan. That's the purple area. And then we have an update plan for YK area, the blue area, in, I think, 2028. And then the Southwest Alaska Transportation Plan, the brown, would be coming before then in 2027. Prince William Sound is next year, the yellow outline, and that would be 2026. And then we have a couple areas that aren't filled in, they're just white, and that's the Kenai Peninsula Borough and the Matsu Borough. And for those areas, we've been using their comp plans for our guidance, but there is some movement in the department to do some area plans for those areas as well. So, you know, the types of issues that we hear about from regional transportation plans are things like resiliency and climate issues, you know, needs for more dust control, important transportation links that need to occur, safety issues, you know, where they might need a bridge, even off the road system to mitigate for snow machines or four-wheelers going through the ice on a critical trail corridor. We hear about ice roads. We do have an ice road program. We hear about barge landings needed. It's been a long time since the state has invested in barge landings, so they don't last forever with flooding and other issues on rivers. And we use these plans to kind of guide us in policy and identify the needs of communities. We do include a page for each community in the plan and document what their needs are. So that's very important as well. And there's, you know, significant public involvement with all of these. And, you know, if you're a community and you want to find funding for a project, having it show up in a plan, a documented transportation plan with process behind it is very important. And then I'm going to leave on this slide, but partnerships is also something that's really critical for us. And I think we're all finding that as a state. But I mentioned AML. We have a great partnership with AML. We have a partnership with other ARDers like Southeast Conference. We're moving toward maybe creating an RPO for Southeast Conference. That would be our 4th RPO in the state as soon as we can get through some of our funding and federal requirements on that. We do partner with tribes. We've partnered with the Manly tribe, and I know Tlingit and Haida and others we've been partnering with, and we always appreciate when our funding can come together and create a whole project that is needed for an infrastructure improvement. And then we do, you know, our federal land management partners are really important. We've got partnerships with Park Service, Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, all of those entities are really important, and they certainly do play a huge role in providing tourism infrastructure to the state. And we have partnered with them on many different types of projects where we've tried to bring in more dollars for waysides and pull-offs and boat launches and things like that through the Federal Land Access Program. So we really value that partnership, and also with Denali Commission, trying to find innovative ways to fund projects in rural Alaska where the community may not have a way to come up with that match. So they've been a great partner as well. And with that, I'm going to transition over to Jill to talk about the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan.
All right. Hello. So yeah, Judy covered regional plans and how those are part of our family plans. So the one I'm going to be talking about, which falls into my area as the planning chief for Southcoast region under Chris, but I report directly to Judy, is the Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan update. So I wanted to share a little bit of the history on the plan because I didn't know myself. So this was a great little research project. So the first plan was in 1980. So we're talking almost 45 years ago. And then it was updated in 86, take these off actually, 99, and then 2004. And then something happened in 2011 when we made another attempt. For several years. That's why it says 2011 to 2014. It was still a draft. And that's what's out there on our webpage. And I'm like, oh my goodness, we need to get that off of there and update it and get the new one out there. And I have asked around as to why that was, because I wasn't there. I've been in this position about 5 months, but I have been with the department for 25 years. So when I asked around, it had to do a lot with incorporating the Alaska Marine Highway System. And in looking at some of the public comments, and there was a lot back then, it was quite contentious. There was an agreement on the alternative. So now, as you learned earlier today, that the Marine Highways Long Range Plan is separated out of that. And they're doing great things there with that. And then in 26, we're going to be updating the Southeast Transportation Plan, and we will complete it with your help, of course. So the purpose of the Southeast Transportation Plan update, and Judy already talked about a lot of the reasons why we do regional plans. But this one will provide a framework for the state investment in regional transportation over the next 20 years. It'll provide that general direction that Judy talked about. It'll reflect the changes because we haven't updated it for a long time. So lots changed. And it will focus on future sustainability of the regional transportation system and the need to improve connectivity, safety. These are all the things that the commissioner talked about a couple days ago. How we're going to do that, agile methodology. So rather than, in the past when we've developed plans, we develop them, takes 18 months to 2 years, and then you're handed this nice big document. We want you to review it. That's not how we want to do it this time. We want to do an agile method. We want to give it to you in bite-sized pieces so that you can see all along the way and be able to give us feedback. We can make those changes and then put out more bite-sized pieces rather than, again, just being this one long document. We want to align it to the statewide long-range plan and to those 5 focus areas. Of course, we're going to incorporate a lot of what was done with the Marine Highways long-range plan. They have their focus areas. They've also done a lot of public engagement, and we're going to include that, of course, into our plan. But our plan is not just focusing on marine highways, right? It's highways as well as aviation. Performance, it'd also be a performance-based plan. So we want to look at using measures and setting targets. You heard DC Keith talk about that. We want to be able to measure our success. We want to use modern tools for surveys and sharing plan details. So you guys have probably all heard of the story maps using GIS, rather than reading a 500-page document or whatever it is. I really don't know what it is. Public involvement plan is very important, obviously. So we have that public engagement. And again, we want to do that at all steps, not wait for the end. Alternatives analysis and evaluation. Of course, we want to look at alternatives, work with you guys all on that, and helping us to make selections and prioritize all the projects. This is our team. So I'm really excited to announce that Dowell will be our contractor, and their subs with HDR and KPFF and McKinley Research Group. You might recognize KPFF and McKinley because they're the ones also working on the Marine Highway Plan. So great team, the A team there, as well as Southeast Conference helping us to do a lot of the public engagement. So we're looking at about 18 months. Hopefully you're not picturing that slug picture that Chris put up earlier. That's about what it takes. It's just a substantial amount of work to do the outreach, public meetings, and so forth. There's 4 phases. Phase 1 will be the work plan, schedule, and public involvement. That'll kick off here pretty quickly as soon as we wrap up the contract. In phase 2, this is where a lot of the analysis and exploration, a lot of data, looking at demand models and risk and resiliency analysis. And then phase 3, is a strategy and development and prioritization. That's when we look at the alternatives and select our alternatives and figure out the priorities of the projects. And then phase 4 is the review and finalize. So hoping for a smooth process. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Hi, all. I am Erin Reinders with the Alaska Municipal League. It's great to be here. I do have to say, where I was sitting, I had a direct line of sight with a disco ball, and I would think it would be even more fun if that were actually working right now. So let's just pretend, shall we? So I'm here today to talk a little bit about the Alaska's statewide community connectivity action plan. I will say there is an E right there, that is equity. We are looking at, based on various changes over the last several weeks, how we can kind of reframe this purpose. I think it is important to acknowledge that the underlying project of this remains extremely beneficial for the state of Alaska and all of its communities. And really the primary focus here is that community connectivity. So that's really what we're remaining focused on. So the CCAP is a statewide planning process that includes statewide transportation and vulnerability assessment that will become a guiding framework. We'll be developing a guiding framework for federal, state, regional, and local transportation planning and project partners. The focus will be on community-centered approaches that result in increased return on investment, fair and beneficial outcomes for rural and remote communities, and also accounts for challenges and opportunities that are unique to Alaska. So some of these challenges, I think, as we've already been discussing today, really include providing affordable transportation options to essential services, ensuring that we develop transportation systems that consider all users, including those living in more remote Alaskan areas outside off of the road systems. So the overall objective of this project is really to assess and eliminate transportation barriers and to connect communities across Alaska and really ensuring that we're developing projects that accomplish that goal. Partners on this project is DOT&PF, the Alaska Municipal League, and also federal land management agencies. We again are focusing in on transportation analysis, multimodal project planning, community engagement, and integrating all of that into DOT&PF's planning processes. This is a 2-year project that formally started in September of 24. We are really doing a combined approach here of collecting data and doing stakeholder engagement for year 1 for both a transportation and transit vulnerability assessments. So our deliverables will work on creating a GIS and data portal to really aid in data-driven decision-making for projects and prioritizing those projects. And I think the key thing is here that we'll be looking at providing a transportation framework for evaluation and best practices along with an implementation guide. So this will be a broad evaluation of how to understand transportation access in the Alaska context, provide some pathways for implementation, and with the availability to integrate into those state planning processes, but also so they can be utilized by local and tribal transportation folks as well. Kind of to mirror that effort and augment that effort, we'll also be doing that on the transit side. So again, evaluation of best practices and develop an implementation guide. This might include the evaluation and some baseline data for transit-oriented development, but ultimately helping with accessing and developing a framework for current local and state transit systems relative to the delivery of systems, the impact on infrastructure, and the benefits to disadvantaged and distressed communities. So far, we've really already begun these discussions even prior to the formal start date in this past September with different local governments, leaders to get their feedback on transportation challenges that their communities face throughout different settings. We've done this at the Infrastructure Symposium, both in 2023 and 24. Judy and I also attended the Alaska chapter of the American Planning Association in the fall of 23 and had a discussion with folks there. And then also most recently at AML's annual conference this past December. So we are now in the beginning stages of working on scheduling more regional meetings to dig in a little bit deeper. But so far, these have been some reoccurring themes that we've been hearing. So really, accessibility has been a huge issue, and that's both within communities and then between communities. Meaningful community engagement has come up over and over again of really talking to communities about what their priorities are, what their challenges are, and listening and responding to those. Also, a lot of discussions, particularly at this last December AML annual conference, between that balance and often sometimes tension between ongoing maintenance and new projects. Workforce development is a reoccurring theme, and I think that's already come up today as well. Funding and resources, different funding mechanisms and levels of state and federal involvement, access to broadband, cost and logistical challenges when it comes to transportation of shipping goods and services, but also as we try to travel throughout the state and beyond. And then also addressing significant data gaps. And this is, I think, a great way to kind of end this talk, because I think it kind of goes back around to some of these deliverables that we're really focusing on to make that accessible for decision makers, for planners throughout the state as they prioritize their transportation projects. So that's a quick and dirty on that project. So definitely stay tuned. There will be more conversations on this moving forward. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Sarah.
Thank you. I'm going to figure out where I have to stand to get this right. I am Sarah Cripe. I'm the Waterways planner. I've recently picked up some freight modality too. It is a new position. I started in April of 2024. I am part of the multimodal team under Eric Taylor. Some of my duties include administering the harbor facility grant, development of the Waterways plan. I assist with the development of discretionary grant opportunities and serve kind of as an AMHS liaison. I don't directly work with AMHS, but I do try and stay abreast of their ongoing activities and help advocate for them. I do want to talk about some funding opportunities. One of the things I talked about was discretionary grant funding. The state does have some community funding opportunities. I'm not going to go through all of them. These are in the STIP. If you have any questions about them, reach out to your area planners. We can help get you hooked up with some funding opportunities for surface, air, and waterways planning. My baby, the Municipal Harbors Grant, was passed in legislation back in 2006. It is a 50-50 grant matching opportunity. It is for construction-ready activities. It is not for planning or design. The projects are locally inspired and managed. It's a competitive process. You do go to a project evaluation committee. We do a call for projects in the spring. The next call should be coming up here in a couple months. We keep the call open all summer long. We close out in the fall, and then we go to the PEC. And then we don't actually fund that. I don't. We score and rank those projects, and then it goes before the legislature, and they choose how much to fund for that call. So last year's fiscal year 26, we always go a year ahead. So fiscal year 26 is going to go before the legislature this year for funding. Some important reminders I already talked about. It is a competitive process. We do want to see that the projects go through in a 1 to 2 year time frame. We do have grant agreement development up to 6 months after a post award. The program doesn't cover planning or design, and there is a 50-50 match. Just highlighting some of the more recent projects that have closed out. The Homer Harbor Cathodic project closed out this year. I'm going to shift a little bit to federal funding opportunities. I don't want to go through everything on these slides, because you got 6 minutes until lunch. But the slides will be available online too. These are MERAD opportunities. Sochi is here. I don't know if she's in the room right now, but she is here, and that's her contact information. So if you have any specific questions about MERAD, she's a great contact, and she's very good at advocating for Alaska. Some other opportunities, the Routes Initiative, there's a link in there, just DOT Discretionary Grants Dashboard, and then other federal land management agencies. There is a call for projects. I think it's been put on hold temporarily, the FLAP program, and it is eligible for waterway initiatives too. It would be in the upland side, but if you're looking for creative, connective links, be willing to partner and be creative. I did put a link in there for AML. We do have a partnership with them. There's a Transportation Funding Opportunity Hub. I always like to plug this. It's not just for surface transportation opportunities. You can put your waterways needs in there too. AML takes looks at it. If they see a grant opportunity that's great for funding for it, they can help plug you into that opportunity. And state planners take a look at that occasionally as well. One final plug for federal funding, CDS. Today's the closing date. I know Senator Murkowski put it in when she was talking, but today's the day. So if you were thinking about it, don't forget. And then last slide. This is my plug for your area planners, and it's got contact information for everybody within the region. You've got Alex, who's your surface transportation planner here in Southeast. You've got Jill, who's the field office chief, and Courtney, who's the aviation planner. And we are short an area planner as of this week. So if you know anybody, we will be advertising soon. I guess it isn't the last slide. My apologies. This is the fiscal year 26 applications received for the Harbors Facility Grant. You see, we did put in a request for 7.1 million, and it does leverage over 30 million in funding. So the program is great. It's fantastic. It's a great opportunity to advocate for your marine facilities and get funding for them. There are not a lot of opportunities for marine funding. Now, last slide. All right, I got you out on time, 3 minutes.
And you're the first group that has 3 minutes. If there are any questions in the audience that want to ask the panelists. All right. Okay. Here, I'm gonna put this with you.
Is this better? All right. So anyways, you were talking about methanol and whatnot, and all the vessels I'm seeing, I'm in the marine industry, that I'm seeing kind of, especially coming up through California and then RFIs and whatnot, are all hydrogen. Seems to be the one that's everybody's looking into, whether it be an auxiliary for an electric vessel or just straight hydrogen. I just recently had one that's coming that's going to be going to California. Granted, it's not Oregon and, or excuse me, not Washington and BC, but how many vessels are currently operating on methanol or methanol as auxiliary in the territories that you're working with? And do you have the flexibility to maybe switch that up if that ends up happening that way and being, what do you want to call it? Agile, right? Agile.
So from what I understand from our cruise line partners on this project, new vessels are being built to be kind of fuel flexible. And the motivation behind methanol for cruising specifically has to do with the human cargo aspect and this is not my area of expertise in this, so I'm happy to put you in touch with somebody who can answer this question in a more robust way. But from what I understand, there are some complexities with hydrogen fuel for a large passenger vessel like a cruise ship. Methanol's a preferable fuel for that. I think and Port of Seattle is involved in 3 other Green Corridor projects. So, and one of those, I think, is called the Pacific Gateways with Port of Tacoma. So they are endeavoring to not only create the methanol supply chain for cruise ships, but also for other vessels from that Green Corridor. And the Maersk Center kind of drove the choice of fuel. We were also looking at bio oil and actually had looked at doing a parallel project, parallel feasibility study on bio oil without the support of the Maersk Center. They were only willing to take us on for one fuel and wanted that to be methanol based on where the cruise industry's at in alternative fuel development. But we didn't feel that we had the capacity within our group to do a parallel study on bio oil, but there are other demonstration projects on that elsewhere in the world. I actually don't know the answer to that question. I'm happy to put you in touch with somebody who would at Port of Seattle or Vancouver. I do know that there's a methanol production facility that's intended for maritime use in Vancouver.
All right. Thank you so much. We love partnerships. As Judy had mentioned, Southeast Conference is working to become Alaska's version of a regional transportation planning organization or an RPO here in Alaska. So again, please give a thank you to our panelists, and then we'll go ahead and dismiss for lunch. And as you get food, socialize, and then during lunch, starting at 12:30, we have 2 communities that we are going to provide a spotlight time to kind of give everyone else in the region an update on what they've got going on. Hey everyone, I hope you got your food. I love to see the conversations. I'm gonna go ahead and invite our first community spotlight is with the community of Wrangell. They were unable to be here in person today, but Kathleen Thomas is online. So we're gonna get her situated so that she can start talking about a awesome harbor project going on in Wrangell. Oh, and there she is. So Kate, now you should be able to, if you have a slide deck, share your screen whenever you're ready, but it is all you.
Awesome. Thank you, Caitlin. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little quiet, but I'm going to see if that's on our end.
Okay. Let me see if
Okay. Oh, I guess you need to keep talking so we can make sure that you're loud enough.
Oh, I'll keep talking. My name's Kate Thomas. I'm with the City and Borough of Wrangell. Excited to be here today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak and wish I could be there with you all in person. But very much appreciate Caitlin and Robert willing to coordinate this so that I can share some of the work that we're doing behind the scenes here in Wrangell, particularly in the realm of transportation and port infrastructure. So I'm going to share my screen. And Caitlin, you stop me if
Yep,
if
you're good. We
no one
can hear
can hear me. Okay. Okay, great. Are you guys able to see the screen with actually, whoops, sorry, let me go here. There we go. All right. Do you see the Wrangell emblem there with the picture in the backdrop?
No, it is still the video of you.
Oh, fun. Okay. Let's see. Logo.
Let me see if we need to, oh. There we go. We see the presenter view. There you go.
Now did it
You look
switch
good.
over? Okay, perfect, excellent. So, City of Wrangell has been pretty successful recently in achieving some US DOT grant awards. So I'm going to give you a little high-level history about our community and then dive into some of the port infrastructure that we've been dealing with. So, of course, obviously everyone in the region suffered from the decline of the timber industry, and that was particularly felt hard in Wrangell and areas of Prince of Wales as well. Wrangell pivoted pretty quickly and started investing in our Marine Service Center, which is central to the downtown area. And you can see the layout in this image here, as well as some of our waterfront and municipal facilities that surround it. So over the last 20 years, we've really been trying to brand ourselves as a state-of-the-art marine fabrication and service center community with a number of world-class shipwrights and machinists that operate out of the Marine Service Center, which is great. And it's been a big economic driver for us. And of course, that brings more vessels to Wrangell and puts pressure on our port infrastructure. So we certainly want to leverage the federal funding that we can to start improving those areas. We also applied for a Thriving Communities grant for technical assistance so that we can help plan the development of our 6 Mile Deepwater Port. The 6 Mile Deepwater Port was formerly the sawmill, and we've reached full capacity at the Marine Service Center, the photo that you saw previously. And so we need new land area to be able to expand our industry here. And so we purchased this site in 2022 and then started applying for technical assistance and planning funds to be able to catalyze the development of that site. And if you haven't done any technical assistance programming through USDOT, we've been fairly satisfied with our Thriving Communities experience. It's gotten better the longer that we've been participants of it, and really think that that's a great opportunity for folks if you're limited in your staff capacity within the municipality or other agency that you're working for. This is also another photo of the mill site as it looks now in present day. We received $421,000 from the PIDP program to help catalyze planning. So we've got that technical assistance, and then we have the planning grant to help with our environmental assessments and subdivision planning and utility extensions. Our municipal utilities terminate about 600 feet north of this site. And so there's a lot of work to be done to have it, anchor tenant ready for the future. This is the big hitter that Caitlin reached out to me about, which is our $25 million RAISE grant. I'm sure Milani from Raincoast Data's been present at some point this week if she's not in the audience today. So shout out to Milani and her team who helped us with the benefit cost analysis, and our previous economic development director, Carol Rushmore, who we commissioned and brought out of retirement to help put this proposal forward. We received $25 million earlier this year for the Wrangell Harbor Basin Revitalization and Transportation Resiliency Project. It's a mouthful for the project name, but hitting the high marks. We're going to redo all of the harbor basin areas. So it's inclusive of 3 different entry points in the harbor. That's why we call it the basin. There's the inner harbor, Reliance Harbor, and Standard Oil Float. So I'm going to take you through a couple of photos of the design concept and then other images to get you a feel for this area. So we worked with P&D and the team there. They've been great resources for Wrangell over the years, and they're familiar with our port infrastructure. So this is the aerial image of the conceptual design, and you can see those 3 blocks there that kind of detail out the different areas of the harbor. So starting in the top right corner is the inner harbor area, and then the center is Reliance, and then south of that is the Standard Oil Float system. This is just another aerial image that gives you an idea of how that land is laid out, the oceanography, and then the shoreline that surrounds it. That landmark in the center there is home to Chief Shake's Tribal House, that's operated by the Wrangell Cooperative Association as a tourism destination, but also a cultural site for gathering, dancing, and ceremonial events that happen within the community. On the top left corner, you'll see this green spot right here. So part of our strategy and leveraging the grant opportunity was to create greater efficiency, improve safety. And so one of those angles that we deployed to increase the efficiency of the site was to relocate the ramp from that green spot in the top left corner right over to this gray area that's just to the left of where that island appears to be. And the reason for that is it's closer to the harbor office. It's immediately adjacent to the other access point of Reliance Harbor, making for easier access maintenance-wise, safety-wise, and also allows for those vessels that are stored in the northern area to access the Port and Harbor office more readily. So really pleased with the outcome there. And this gives that image of the inner harbor area. And you can see in the top left corner, that's where the existing ramp is. And then along the left side, you can see some fill material. That's going to need to be dredged. So we're partnering with the Army Corps of Engineers to do the dredging in that area, as well as the tribe, who will need to do some dredging to repair their ramp and bridge access over to Chief Shake's Island. This is just kind of ticker taping through a few different aerial images that our team was able to collect, and a lot of these were included in our proposal as well. So this is looking at the Standard Oil Float dock system, which is on the south side of Wrangell Harbor Basin. And this is the aerial image of the dock that leads directly up to the Port and Harbor office. I think it's important to note that while we were successful in this $25 million grant proposal, this was the 3rd time that we applied for it. So 3's a charm, I'd like to think. And with the support and creativity of our economists at Raincoast Data, as well as the legacy knowledge of our previous planning director, coupled with our experience in the Thriving Communities program and the technical assistance offered, I think those three angles really played in nicely to our success in this particular round of raise. So if you're looking to apply for some of these programs, don't get discouraged on the first round. I would certainly encourage folks to continue pressing forward and learn from, the feedback session and see if you can pivot and improve your application in the following round. And I'm going to finish here with this nice image looking from the roadway on the south side of the harbor, north towards the Stickeen River. You can see the beautiful town of Wrangell there. You can see Chief Shakes Island in the center with the trees and the landscape around it. And that particular finger of the dock system is Reliance Harbor that leads up to the harbor office. So if you haven't been to Wrangell, it's kind of a good image to get a feel for the town along the coastline. That is it for my presentation. Caitlin, wanted to keep it under 10 minutes for you.
No, I appreciate it. And Kate, do I have this correct that once this harbor is updated, all of your harbors will be new?
Yes, yeah, once this one is updated, all three of them will have been replaced within the last 15 years of each other.
That's amazing. Especially for a lot of our communities that face extremely aging infrastructure. It's a highlight or a light spot in it. Thank you for participating, Kate, in the community spotlight. I appreciate it and your time in providing that update.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate you guys.
Yep. And then with that, we have one more community with us here today that is going to give us a taste on what's going on in our most northern southeast community. And Yakutat's got some exciting stuff going on as well. And I'm going to invite Martha up as she gets ready to give her update spotlight.
Thank you. Okay, is that better? Oh, that's a lot better. So thank you to Caitlin for reaching out and asking to share our boat harbor project with the group here today. Like to thank Robert and Zach as well, who have been great supporters for Yakutat and our projects here at Southeast Conference. I'd like to quickly express my gratitude before I get started on my presentation. Just in case I run out of time or the fire alarm goes off or some other disaster. So thank you to the Aquan people for graciously allowing hundreds of us fellow Alaskans to congregate on your homeland. Thank you to the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida for this wonderful building in honor of Elizabeth Paratovich and for the continuance of her great work for Indigenous people. I'd like to start off my presentation by also giving thanks to the federal and state legislators and regional entities that took the time to write funding letters and to advocate the need for this particular project. Big thank you to Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, Senator Stedman, Representative Louise Stutes, Representative Mary Peltola, Representative Rebecca Himshoot, and the entities that are big supporters for Yakutat and our projects, especially this one, Nils at Alaska Municipal League, and extra kudos to the Alaska Municipal League, who also started annual transportation meetings for us to talk about local projects and to prioritize them. The boat harbor was one of those projects. And then also Robert Venables at Southeast Conference, who always, when we ask him, writes a letter to support us. And of course, our new harbor resident, Alan Marine. So thank you to Jamie and his team for supporting with letters and advocacy for the boat harbor. Assuming it's the big button, yes. I'd like to recognize Cindy Bremner, the Honorable Mayor of Yakutat. She was not able to make it here today. The Borough Manager, John Erickson, he was not able to make it here today. But I do have Assemblyman Bemis with us today, and so he's sitting right down here. And thank you, Larry. And we have our Kelly Leisman, our project manager, and our wonderful harbor master in Yakutat and Holcomb, and Chip and Brandon over at P&D, and an extra thank you to them. I hijacked their slideshow from 2023 and gave it my little update and had to abbreviate it a lot. So a little bit of history. The Yakutat Boat Harbor is over 60 years old and was originally built and owned by the state of Alaska Department of Transportation. And about...
I don't know what to say right now.
Oh, getting a little feedback there from somebody. About 25 years ago, the boat harbor was conveyed from the state of Alaska to the city and borough of Yakutat. And about 10 years ago, the planning department, the assembly, and the administration set their sights on upgrading and expanding the boat harbor. And that began the long journey to build momentum and seek funding. The process was slow to start, and although small maintenance projects were funded by smaller pots of emergency funding, the attempts for substantial funding sources were not successful. We were in need of the right documents to tell a compelling story that would emphasize the needs of the users, why the existing infrastructure doesn't meet the need, and what the economic benefit outcomes would be for our community. Fast forward a couple of years, in 2020, general fund dollars were used to contract R&M consultants to perform a thorough harbor inspection and a report with recommendations and replacement costs of the existing harbor float system. Moving into 2021, McKinley Research Group was contracted to research and prepare an analysis of the economic benefits of the boat harbor replacement project. With those documents in hand and initial talks with the Denali Commission already in play, the application for the State of Alaska Harbor Grant was submitted. In 2022, the Yakutat received the Harbor Grant Notice of Award for just short of $3.7 million. That was pretty exciting for us. The application was in progress at the Denali Commission to help with the match, and an application was being prepared for the Maritime Administration Port Infrastructure Development Program. We kept the momentum going. We sent out notice of RFPs for engineering. We advertised, and P&D Engineering was selected to help us through this project. By the fall of 2022, P&D began the on-site preliminary work for topographic and bathymetric data collection. They held design concept meetings and moved the design to 35% in 2023. With the persistence of Robbie Wuchik and her grant team at Grants Pro, the Denali Commission ultimately awarded $750,000 in the summer of 2023, and not long after that, in the fall of 2023, the MIRAD PIDP grant for almost $9 million was awarded, which really brightened the light at the end of the funding tunnel. In 2024, design was pushed to 65%, and and we are currently at this milestone in the project. The project has slowed down a little bit, but we are working on permits, and once those are approved, they can be submitted to MARAD along with a 95% design, which will trigger a release of funds, we're hoping. I'm not sure in this atmosphere that we have in Washington, D.C. right now, but hopefully we can stick to our timeline. The design for information for construction is targeted for midsummer of 2025, and the project will go out to bid with an anticipated award date in August of 2025. If the materials can be produced in the fall and winter of 2025, the on-site construction can begin in January of 2026, completion date by the summer of 2026. This slide shows the existing as-built for the boat harbor with approximately 3,088 feet of mooring space. In our peak seasons, we are over capacity. We cannot handle some of the charter boats, especially the larger commercial fishing fleet that comes into Yakutat, sells their product, and does commerce in our community before going back out into Yakutat Bay. This next slide shows the new design with a 45% increase in mooring space, or about 4,486 feet. The new design has a specialized end float to accommodate the larger Allen Marine vessels or small tour vessels that are similar in size. We are looking for a way to provide safety for our increasing tourism traffic at the harbor. So we're pretty excited about these specialized floats to accommodate these mid-sized or small tour vessels. The new design also incorporates upgraded electrical and water systems, float stability with steel anchor piles, and integral framing floats. I left this up here a little while so you can look, but I'm going to change the slide. Plus the safety features like covered gangways, fire protection, better lighting on the floats, better efficiency of space with combination lighting and electrical pedestals. Quite an improvement to our old harbor. So this slide is part of the fun work that we got to do through community meetings and boat harbor committees, talking about where we're going to place the new water spigots and system, and also our fire protection system, which would be a new feature for our boat harbor. We've had 3 boat fires in the last 2 to 3 years. So it's important for the community of Yakutat to make sure that we have the ability to put out a fire for those vessels that are moored in the harbor. These are the shared electrical pedestals and lighting. So it's quite an intricate engineering to try and get all of these features running along the side of the or under the float system. So a lot of work is going into finding the right places for these. So we're at 65% and a little numbers slide here to show you that right now, or at least at the end of 2024, at 65%, we're at $17 million for this project. We have already secured the Harbor Matching Grant, the PIDP grant, the Denali Commission grant, and so we have total available funds of just over $13 million, and that's pretty exciting for us. So if for some reason we don't raise the 4 to 5 million or however much it's going to be in the by the time we get this project to completion, those wonderful features that I showed you on the previous screens, we'll have to make the hard decision to cut some of those features. And I'm hoping, we're optimistic that we'll find that last $4 to $5 million. So the economic benefits of the Yakutat Boat Harbor Replacement Project, the categories of economic growth and sustainability for sure. With our new infrastructure, we'll have increased safety. With the new modernization of it, our usage fees will increase with moorage space and with extra moorage space, and increase moorage fees, as well as we'll be able to provide and collect for other services that will be provided with the new infrastructure. And with the harbor being able to accommodate a larger fleet of commercial fishermen, we'll be able to see some increase in fish tax. And also in tourism, we'll be able to increase our tourism business for charter boats and tour boats, and just recreational vessels as well. And then we're excited to move on to and prioritize, once this project is done, to support marine businesses that support all of these other charter boats, commercial fishermen, because we need to be able to provide marine repair and services like that. We will not have a waste collection system at this new harbor just yet, and so somebody's going to need to go and service some of those larger boats if possible. So that is what I have for sharing our project in Yakutat. It's been quite exciting. It's one of the biggest projects that we have right now. And feel free to call us at the City and Borough of Yakutat if you have any questions about how we got here. I think it just takes patience and persistence, not letting people tell you no. We ran into a lot of challenges along the way, thought we were going to lose money, on a wing and a prayer. We survived it, and the momentum's going now, and we hope it stays that way, but we're ready for any challenges that come in our way. So with that, thank you. I'll let you get back to your lunch, and we can move on to the next presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Martha. Yep, so we're gonna do our transition to get ready for our next presentation. If anyone wants to empty their tables really fast or getting something quick to drink, you're welcome to. Well, Britta and Judy and I get ready for the work session that we have planned for the next hour and a half. Where would I be?
Hi, folks. As we are entering back into our work session mode post-lunch, I would encourage you to sit at a table with someone who you typically don't work with, perhaps folks that are not from your same community. We're really eager to get a broad swath of perspectives. So if you are willing and able to, especially folks who've been sitting in the back, to come join a table, find some folks that you don't typically work with, and introduce yourself. We'll get started shortly. Thank you. All right, folks, I'm going to do another gentle nudge. If we can consolidate, if you can move to a table that has other people at it, it'll make this work session work a lot smoother. So I'm seeing some of you guys standing up, joining a table. Really appreciate that. Going to keep encouraging that. If you're at a table by yourself, if you could find a table with some other folks, introduce yourself, and we can get started. Thank you. So it looks like we got 4 tables that are filling up. If you want to make your way to one of those tables where we see a group of folks, really appreciate the gold star for effort. I'm sure you all listened very well in class. Thank you so much, folks. Really appreciate it. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to have us get started out of respect of our time this afternoon. If you are having a conversation that's pertinent to some infrastructure needs in your community, I do not want to interrupt that, but I ask you to gently come join us. My name is Britta Hamry. I'm a planner with the Alaska Municipal League. AML is a partner for our state DOT folks on the Thriving Communities Alaska Rural Capacity Builder Program. Quite the mouthful. I'll just be referring to that as Thriving Communities. So the goal of our Alaska Rural Capacity Builders Program is what we have on the screen. Thriving Communities is an initiative hosted by the Build America Bureau by our friends in DC at the Department of Transportation. Our goal is to increase the capacity of regional planning organizations in disadvantaged communities to identify, prioritize, and develop transportation projects. Southeast Conference has a relationship with this program as a potential RPO, as an ARDR, of identifying region-wide capacity issues that we can hopefully address through this program. So for our time together this afternoon, on this slide is how we are defining capacity building. So we have technical assistance, skill building, planning support, community engagement, and resource identification. So through the Thriving Communities program, working with Southeast Conference, there is the potential to fund these kinds of activities in your community as well as region-wide to actualize transportation infrastructure projects that you've identified in your community or region-wide needs. So I have some wonderful colleagues, both at AML and DOT, that are going to join you at your table. We have a couple questions to ask you guys that we're going to talk about identifying challenges and both opportunities, as well as what kinds of capacity building you see as being most useful or have the greatest return on investment for the capacity needs you see region-wide or in your community. And then we will share those as a group and hear a little bit more from our federal and private partners as well. So with that, I'm going to ask the table facilitators to find your way to a table. I will be joining you as well, and we will reconvene in about half an hour. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're about halfway through our time with this session. If I could just encourage the facilitators to introduce the second prompt in your conversation, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. All right, folks, we have about 5 more minutes. If you want to just make sure that your table has discussed both the types of capacity building you think would be you're eager to utilize, as well as challenges, and identify someone who can do a share back to the whole group when we reconvene. Thank you. Test, test. Oh, great. Okay, folks, if you don't mind wrapping up your last few thoughts here, I hope you have elected a willing share back representative to, I'm going to ask us first to talk about what challenges you discuss, what terms of capacity gaps you all discuss that you're experiencing at either a local or regional level. Sarah Cripe is going to be our Vanna White, bringing the mic to you. Do I have a table that is eager to share first about what challenges you discuss? If not, I'm going to ask our lovely table in the front to be the first to go. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, all right. So we're on challenges, right? How many do you want? We made quite a list. Yeah, okay. Isolation, reliance on air and sea for logistics, constantly changing economy, the cost of certain things. We identified fuel, street paving as a couple things that are the cost just keeps going up and up. Dock infrastructure, or rather the lack of dock infrastructure in certain places. Sure. All right, I'm going to turn this over to my co-presenter at this point. Here you go.
All right, thank you. Another need we identified is road ownership. So like who's responsible, whether it's state or local. Facility maintenance, hard to fund. It's a shared responsibility. Sure. Okay, so depending on our different localities, some things are more politically messy, keeping things in a state of good repair. There's project priorities, ADA compliance, insurance, etc. Public-private partnerships, multiple hats, and population, shrinking and aging workforce. All right, you want to start on the next one? I'll run this over.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on what you meant by multiple hats as a challenge.
Sure. So I think some of that discussion was especially in some of the smaller communities. People are kind of responsible for multiple things, and it's kind of hard to focus on what we need to. Did I capture that right?
Yeah. People being pulled in a lot of different directions.
So in the smaller communities, the folks that are willing to do things and take projects on and stuff like that is finite and tend to get overloaded. And pretty soon you just got to say, I can't do anymore.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being the first to go. The next table will be Sarah's choice. Hope you're ready to share the challenges that you identified at a local and regional level.
Okay. Our table identified, and maybe I'm going to need some help on the specifics, as challenges: safety, aging infrastructure, the state's recent practice of transferring ownership, maybe in exchange for work on their part. There was a question of usage of roads that the forestry roads. That the question there on Gravina Island. the lack of alternative roads on Ketchikan with the bottleneck with only having one strip road along the course of the city there. It's short construction season. Capacity, our community doesn't have, all of our transportation planning is, actually all of it's done by our manager, who doesn't, so we don't really have anybody else that's planning our transportation projects. And then so is that are we just on challenges? Is that it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Here's Jill.
So another one is public-private partnerships. I think you mentioned that in Ketchikan, with having private boat or businesses being able to use the harbors. They're not able to do that. And Gustavus as well. It's very expensive for the private, to use them, I guess. And then there was one more with partnerships with the Park Service in Gustavus. They get radio silence. And so how do you get them more involved? And maybe that's something we can help build, is that partnership a little bit better.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to report out, but I'll have Grace or others fill in if I miss anything. So we talked about, for technical assistance, we talked about needing, we're kind of looking at Pelican here because we've got a Pelican representative at our table, and it's a great community. It's super unique in Southeast Alaska, I think, and also has some needs. So we talked about maybe doing some kind of harbor assessment to prioritize harbor needs. There's a lot of them, but if that were to be packaged into a state harbor grant nomination in the future, we'd want to maybe have some prioritization of that and maybe get a marine contractor to help us with that. And then for skill building, we talked about the need to have more trade schools and trade learning opportunities in Southeast Alaska. We even talked about potentially a rotating trade school, and that would be so that people who grow up here can, be trained in some great trades and stay in the region. And then also people like, I forget your name, Gabriel here, who is involved in the construction trade, can be assured to have a lot of skilled labor when he needs it as well. So for planning support, we recognize Pelican could use, for example, an economic development plan to kind of look at what the opportunities are in this very unique community. And some of the opportunities would be perhaps, there's some vacant buildings, commercial buildings in the community that could be repurposed into something else, maybe a trade school. There's some options there. And so economic development planning could go a long way to look at other options for the community, including energy options. And so for resource identification, we got into the idea of maybe Pelican can be kind of limited with its electric grid and capacity at times. So maybe there's an opportunity to expand hydro in Pelican. And so we might be interested in some technical studies to look at hydro capacity at a adjacent lake in that area. Also talked about a fish hatchery potential because there is a chum run there, and that would bring some economic focus into the area. So we talked about all the trades, we talked about economic development a whole lot, and just ways to keep people in the community and living and having families there and having bright futures. So that's kind of where we focused. Anything else? Okay, I think I got it.
Thank you. Thanks, Judy.
Okay, so for challenges, we have technical support. Normally we have to hire that out because we don't have, small communities don't have the capacity to do that. Data, lack of data. For example, Skagway, for our PIDP grant, we wanted to do a BCA just to make it more robust, and the company said that they were struggling because we didn't have any of the data that they were needing. A lot of it was like anecdotal. GIS, also, so up-to-date GIS, a workforce, training, contracting issues. So yeah, again, workforce challenges that lead to housing challenges and housing challenges that lead to workforce challenges. Funding expectations, community priorities, not having them, or ones that maybe contradict each other. What else do we have? Okay. And then for capacity needs, a statewide funding database, so not just grants.gov, but something that could just tap into every database. So when you say, I need something for a street project, you don't have to go into, 20 different websites. Long-term planning, that generally just falls on other officials or someone who's or they're non-existent. We also just end up having to contract with consulting firms that sometimes aren't here, so they don't have that Alaskan experience. While I think it is good to get an outside perspective, they also still need to understand, at least visit and have an understanding of what we deal with. Community engagement, I'm not sure what this one was.
I was losing it on that.
Oh, okay.
However, sorry, we did come back to also the need to build our workforce locally, to work with the universities to create planning degrees, to use academia to build our workforce in Alaska for Alaskans, and just collaborate with other entities such as AML and Southeast Conference and Denali Commission. And that's all I can think of, unless you guys have anything else.
Okay, so our last two tables, you guys did go ahead and share some of the capacity building needs. And so I'd like to invite our first two tables to share when you were talking about what kinds of capacity building, if anything specific came to mind as what you would be eager to utilize or what would be most helpful at the highest ROI if you had access to that.
Well, just some assistance in identifying, resources that could be used for various improvements. And that could be, just really just someone as simple as somebody sending out an email saying, hey, there's, funding available for this type of project, which does happen already. But those kinds of things are very helpful. And then to follow up on that, maybe a little bit more technical assistance after resources are identified, technical assistance helping communities go after and obtain that funding, because a lot of communities don't have those types of resources in-house. Everybody's got other jobs to do. And so those kinds of things are very helpful. We had some notes on skill building. I think that may already have been covered previously. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would just add with skill building, trying to find people who have specializations. So like in community planning departments or in engineering, it can be difficult to try and find that expertise.
Great, thank you so much. I'm curious for folks in the room, if you don't mind raising your hand, if you've utilized DOT and AML's transportation hub. I know Erin gave a pitch for that earlier. I think there is certainly room for improvement, but that is getting perhaps close to our idea of having that information available of what grant, federal grant funding and state funding resources are available for transportation infrastructure. Do talk to me about that. If you haven't utilized it yet, would love to get you set up with an account. I'm also curious for folks in the room, if you or your community have utilized some of my colleagues for grant writing support, because AML does have grant writers on staff to support you and provide that technical assistance. So just a little plug in there. Not trying to sign myself up for more work, but my colleagues. And so I guess I'll put it back to this table here with Jill, if hearing what you guys discussed about capacity needs, what in terms of these categories on the slide, what capacity needs you discuss.
Go ahead.
Okay. So integrated readiness training. We had someone talk about partnering with the military because they're really good at that. Technical assistance for grants is always a necessity. Local planning capacity. You mentioned in Haynes, they have a single manager that does it all. Improving partnerships with federal and state agencies. And skilled workforce. That was in Ketchikan Gateway Borough. They have planners on staff, but maybe building some of the skills. Land ownership and right-of-way. And what did we say about the right-of-way? Is that like, what would be the help there? Like a technical skill? Identifying the right-of-way? Okay, like a right-of-way agent, okay. Asset management planning, determining, there's a local issues with poor roads and how do you prioritize those? And the state has a really good asset management plan and maybe, bringing that to the local level and how best to maintain your roads over the life cycle so you're not always focusing on the worst first. And then for material sites, just helping to figure out how to get materials I was going to say low cost, but there's no such thing as that. But in the best way, maybe sharing materials with the state or other entities. So, and in Gustavus, they don't have materials. You have cleaned them out. Yeah, there's nowhere. Okay, and that's it for us.
Thanks so much. And not to put our partner from USDA Rural Development on the spot, but I heard you were sharing a bit more about that readiness training, and I wondered if you could speak to the group at large a bit more about that.
Absolutely, yes. My name's Emma. I work for USDA Rural Development as a community planner and came to rural development from a career in the Coast Guard. So integrated readiness training, more information is available on the DoD website. However, it's been utilized in many communities to support infrastructure projects. I like to point to in Kodiak Island, Old Harbor had an airport built through integrated readiness training, which is really great. But the goal of that is to use military resources, often reserve units. They could be in Alaska, they could be in the lower 48, but there are civil engineering units that are looking to deploy, to use their skills, their equipment as well. Even bringing in materials to support a community project. So to apply for integrated readiness training, you go to the website. You can be a municipal entity. You could be a tribe. The application process is one with a lot of different questions and things, but it takes about 2 years. It's, time frame is what I understand, but they also have a resource where a military unit will send out their civil engineers, their planners to come look at a project and provide some technical assistance too. So it's a great opportunity. I've learned more about it through some partnership with the Air National Guard in Alaska. Their tribal liaison oftentimes points to that program as well. It's a really great one. And yeah, DoD, I think I would Google integrated readiness training DoD to find it. So I don't have the website on here, but yeah, I enjoy talking about that one because as you all know, there's more emphasis on Arctic and preparedness in Alaska, and there's a lot of interest for military units to come up here. and it gives them that opportunity to train and work in our environments.
Thank you so much. I guess I'd like to open the floor. If you heard a type of capacity need that perhaps wasn't discussed at your table, but you experience in your community and you'd like to speak to that, I'd love to hear more about kind of the shared challenges or the shared needs. Something that I think came up on multiple tables was limited planning capacity within local governments or within your local organization. I'm curious, folks, if you within your entity have at least one dedicated planner or planning staff. Well, Martha, you're a dedicated planner or not fully. Okay, yeah, dang.
I wear many hats. I am the borough planner for the city and borough of Yakutat, but I am also administrative support to the borough manager, to public works, to parks and rec, and other areas of the borough. So I am a person, but kind of a half a person goes to planning.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot there. For when we're talking about skill building, I'm curious the workforce development, that's like a long-term measure to meet that need of having that local capacity. For short-term capacity, for, I guess, thinking about your existing staff or the existing community champions, are there specific types of training or technical assistance, like would having a GIS person come in or having LiDAR analysis done be specifically helpful when you're thinking about the transportation infrastructure in your community? Or even, I think in previous sessions, we've heard from folks that just having a training in project management of like how to organize project management could make a big difference with the existing staff and existing capacity on hand. Throwing that to the group, if anything specific comes to mind, that would be a short-term training that would increase capacity in the short term. Recognizing it's a yes and approach, that we still need that workforce development. Kathy, I'm seeing some nods from you. Okay. Yeah. So not just the LiDAR analysis, but then also the ability to utilize that. No. Is anyone else experiencing that, where you might have some data sets or technical information that was done might be outdated, but you don't have the ability to interpret it or utilize it internally? Yeah. Same LiDAR analysis. Okay, cool. Excellent. Caitlin is putting together a survey based on the responses that you all have shared. We are going to get a QR code on the screen so that you can submit your community's name and what capacity needs you would see as most useful or most critical to the transportation infrastructure that you'd like to address most urgently. I really appreciate everyone's willingness to participate and share today, but I'm going to wrap up our share out now. We'll have that survey up shortly, and we can take a little bit of a break before our 2:30 session. Thank you so much, everyone.
It's actually funded now. Well, yeah.
Okay, so just, is this on? So just to update everybody, it's gonna take me a second to finish this, and really what I'm hoping to do with this survey is just to make sure that because you guys did community and group work, I do want to kind of be able to identify to specific communities what their priority, challenge, and needs are. So I'm gonna work on that, but what we're gonna do in the meantime is go ahead and invite our closing panelists up here. And we can do that panel early and potentially free you up for a little bit more this afternoon before 3:30. So if I can get I'll invite Kristen, yep, and Mark and Aura up, then we will get ahead of schedule.
I think I'm gonna probably speak from here just because I don't feel like sitting down, and we can swap or whatever you want. Did you want to for the or to just breeze past it?
I might just breeze through it since I already covered it. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna even just doesn't. Of a lot of trust or pressure.
Did you guys want to sit? There's a couple. I guess stand B wherever you want to
Stand. I feel like I need standing energy.
Standing energy.
Standing energy. Do you want to start now? No, we're waiting. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Hello. I guess we're going to go ahead and get started early here. We're going to flip the order a little bit for the last hour or so. My cheering section. I paid him. All right, ready to get going? We'll spend a little bit of time here, the three of us, talking to you about a couple of things related to transportation funding and technical assistance. Before I start, just want to do a thank you to the Akwaan people whose land we are meeting on and several of us live on, and also to Southeast Conference, Robert, Caitlin, others for putting this group together, and all of you for coming and staying through the rest of the afternoon. What we're going to try and do is give you some of what we hope will be timely and useful updates on transportation and technical assistance for moving your project forward. Let's see, I think I'm managing the slides here. I'm Aura Landau with HDR, and James Marks, former Planning and Program Development Lead for DOT, is also with HDR. The two of us will hang back and forth to talk to you. For those of you who don't know HDR, we're an engineering firm. We provide services across the infrastructure lifecycle, from planning, funding, through design, the procurement support, construction administration, asset management, and then back again as the cycle of infrastructure management goes. We work all over Alaska. We've been here for a very long time. We probably worked in most of your communities, if not all of them, on multiple projects, and we're just really grateful for the collaborations we get to have with you and help make people's lives better out in small communities. Okay, so we'll skip number 1 there. We were going to do a reflection and sort of wrap up of this last activity, but we're going to flip sessions and just talk about funding pathways and building your toolkit. And then Caitlin will come back and work with you on that survey that you were just doing. Okay, so we want to dive into funding pathways and tools, again, somewhat outside for those tools outside of the federal programs that may or may not be continued. And we want to pass on some tips and some strategies and some ways of thinking about decision making during times of uncertainty that have helped us assist communities, tribes, and agencies in winning over $7.1 billion in discretionary grant funding since 2009, just in US DOT programs. In all, 1 in every 11 applications for US DOT discretionary grants awarded during that time frame came to grant applications HDR supported. But about 30% of that funding actually came from before BIL was put into place. And so what we've done is try and go back and look at some of the tips that are not just about BIL, but really cross the arc of funding trends over the last 16 years. Skipping. Okay, and just to say very quickly, we've heard a couple of times about some of the transportation trends and drivers. Definitely inflationary pressures are big. Not only has inflation continued to rise, maybe at not quite the steep rate that it did before, but it's sticky. It's not going away, right? So this is something we got to continue to plan for. Changes in materials requirements, including, stringent Buy America requirements and the inability to get waivers. They're significant for materials costs, procurement timelines, and project development timelines, creating some critical path issues for project development. Increased frequency and severity of disasters is really straining our transportation infrastructure. And then high infrastructure investment over the last couple of years is just now starting to yield higher construction spending. So we're going to start seeing spending in action, which will change availability of contractors, availability of materials, and we'll see that spending continue over the next 5 years, no matter what happens with grants from here on forward. The Brookings Institution analysis shows that there's roughly equal BIL awards in red and blue geographies. And so because of that, there's some general favor for continued high investment in transportation, regardless of the flavor of transportation or the flavor of pathways for disbursement of that funding. Is just large economic benefits, lots of jobs, lots of opportunity, and the transportation funding is often aimed at investing in aging infrastructure. So the industry analysis is looking at some type of sustained funding. And so that is, I think, a trend and a driver we can maybe look forward to as well. Okay, just a quick summary. We've focused so much on federal discretionary grants in the last few years, and it's been a great boon to Alaska communities and tribes, over $800 million coming into the state, right? But there is still a diversity of funding sources that are available for infrastructure project development. Formula funding may go up, certainly not going away. Lots of opportunities there to continue partnerships with your state partners and your tribal partners to bring funding in for needs. For discretionary grants, the funding freeze has been officially lifted by judicial order, and in fact, the judicial order has been repeated several times, but the rate of advancement of projects and funding appears to depend on the agency and the program, And in some cases, those are based on the department within the agency. And as reported by even the Anchorage Daily News today, there are many critical Alaska projects that are in limbo. So part of the reason I just wanted to bring your attention back to other funding sources, there are a number of, let me go back. There are a number of different designated funding sources available to you, legislative line items, and then congressionally designated spending. The CDS requests are due tomorrow, so if you haven't done them, wrap them up, get them in, right? Financing is available. There are some really good programs for financing transportation projects in rural areas. Not only is there commercial financing, but there's under TIFIA, a number of different programs. So these are, in general, credit assistance for up to a certain percentage of total project costs. And so when you start to look at fund stacking and not trying to rely entirely on the dollar value for or the cost for your project being covered by a grant, these loans start to be very interesting and very attractive. P3, other partnership, including asset donation of right-of-way or equipment or labor, are also possibilities for funding projects in slightly different, kind of more coalition-oriented ways. Local revenue. I know there's not always a lot of local revenue, but GF, dedicated fund, bonds, if you have that capability, et cetera. Those, again, when there are potentially changes in discretionary grant outlooks, those become, again, more interesting. Philanthropic is not something to overlook. You can look for major donations from foundations, but also asset donations and donations from individuals in your communities for projects for which they have particular interest. This also includes donations from private companies, corporations. There are often tax write-offs for the big companies. There's a financial incentive for them to give donations. And so if you have a mechanism to receive donations in your community, either through a nonprofit or others, you can get some seed money going, some planning, or some money for a particular phase. Okay. And next slide here is, hang on a second. So I just want to sort of put a little structure to what we're seeing here on the federal funding scenario. There are three timeline horizons that we're looking at for decisions with federal funding. And in the near term, there are possible administrative changes that are shaping programs within what's established by Congress. So they're changing what the priorities of some programs are, what's being listed in the NOFOs as the requirements for grants that they're asking for submissions for. And then in the midterm, there are possible congressional actions to change funding levels for programs. Changing statutorily defined programs that are existing included in existing legislation to match administrative priorities and also to pay for potential tax cuts. And then in the longer term, we've got a reauthorization of surface transportation bill, and that will probably include some new approaches to priorities, possibly to methods of dispersing funding, ways to streamline program and project delivery. And that reauthorization will set the opportunities and the tone and the focus for 5 years or more of surface transportation. Now, we do have 2 more years, basically, left in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So it expires in September 26. So there's still quite a bit of funding, about 30% of funding still left within that. It's what we're seeing right now with NOFOs is ones that are open are being amended or suspended, but there's still quite a lot of money in there. So, I would say just, don't walk away from discretionary funding either as a pathway, okay? So one thing you can do while there are kind of a lot of things up in the air around what the priorities and how those NOFOs will look is to start to look at how your projects might fare with some of the new federal priorities, or I would say maybe reintroduce federal priorities, right? Industry analysis from the American Society of Civil Engineers and the American Public Transportation Association and others have started to pull out some key themes from executive orders that apply to transportation projects, including taxpayer dollars to advance a stronger and safer America, eliminating the financial burden of inflation, promoting efficiency in government, and unleashing American energy manufacturing. And so, just kind of even thinking about those priorities, you can start to think about how your projects align with them. And then US DOT has some more delineated priorities of safety remains a mainstay of the department. Energy and environment, looking at revising analysis of the social cost of carbon, directing projects to and programs to avoid adverse impacts to families and communities from an environmental standpoint, including noise, water pollution, soil contamination, and more. Economic opportunities is a huge area of focus we're already seeing in DOT order and press information. And those are things like increased access to jobs, healthcare, commercial activity, like all the things that our transportation in Southeast Alaska does fits really well under this new way of talking about priorities. Enabling an increase in quality of life, standard of living, increased participation for the economy, particularly for families and communities. This administration wants to stimulate infrastructure investment using federal dollars to stimulate state, local, tribal, and private funding as well. There'll be funding to local opportunity zones and areas with certain demographic characteristics that play well in general to some of Alaska's characteristics. And there'll be funding partially based on benefit cost requirements and data-driven decisions, including co-funding using user pay models. Buy America requirements, again, American manufacturing will continue to be a priority. And then accessibility of transportation is a new sort of way of describing making sure that there aren't reductions in service and that you're particularly making transportation available for families with young children as well. Okay, so, if you start to think about how those terms apply to your project, you really see like our projects actually probably stack up pretty well with these new priorities or redefined priorities. Okay, so we'll dive now into some of the tools that in times of uncertainty you might use for helping keeping your projects moving forward and ways to think about decision making. Okay, very quickly, just go back to what you know, I think is the first thing, right? Assess the need for your project, how it aligns, develop your project incrementally if it's needed. You can do it through innovative project delivery like phasing or segmentation of projects into parent-child projects and develop multiple funding sources. Wrangell did just such a great job of stacking funding from RAISE and PIDP and like other funding sources. Developing the partnerships as, we're partnered with KIC to help them do this work that they're doing with DOT to bring tribal funding in for DOT assets. And it's been such a cool thing that KIC's done. And they've been able to, you look at blending fund types. So start to look really broadly at what else is out there. We used to say a year ago, 2 years ago, don't go for anything that's less than than a few million because the cost of getting it, administering it might not be worth it. In this now, funding environment, it's really worth looking at $1 million here and $1 million here and $1 million here, because if you can get $6 million over 3 years to move a project forward, that's really significant. Okay, your burden might be a little higher to make that happen, but you're still going to be able to get your money coming in. Okay, and then as you, don't stop preparing for funding opportunities. In other words, keep going with the idea of discretionary grants, right? And just, evaluate your projects for match to funding and financing. Make sure you're always, putting your effort where you have a likelihood of success. Make sure you're prioritizing your projects so that you're picking ones that are ready, that are eligible, that have the right merit criterion. Again, that's how you make sure you're going to be competitive in a very competitive pool. MARAD, I think it was 1 in every 9. No, what is it? It was for MARAD PIDP. They funded, I want to say, $1 for every $9 they were asked for. Like I might have the number wrong, but it's like so much more requests for funding than than there is funding for. So just make sure you're really prioritizing your project and getting the right fit. Develop a multi-year application strategy. Apply for a raise 1 year, you don't get it, try the next year, try a third year. Like keep going with that multi-year strategy. Don't get freaked out by changes in discretionary grant world right now. Okay, like keep going. You can be developing your application components, your data, your BCA, your engineering documents, your schedule, budget, community support, your technical capacity descriptions, et cetera. None of those are things that you would not do. All of those you will need for any type of process and funding source you use. So keep moving those things forward, and then you can develop your application team so that when you do have funding opportunities open, they're available to you. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to James to talk about technical assistance here.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I realize I'm one of the last two presenters holding you from the end of the conference. Thank you all for sticking it out. As Ora mentioned, my name is James Marks. Before joining HDR, I was the planning director at AML, and before that, I was the planning and program development director at Alaska DOT. I see a lot of friends and faces from just people that I've worked with and friendships and bonds I've made. I'm going to be talking a little bit about, the toolbox. A lot of it is like, we're dealing with so much uncertainty, and how do you plan around that uncertainty? And does, not just the traditional planning, but just how do you deal with all these disruptors? I'm not going to touch on technical assistance too much. We were going to hit this a little bit, but I think the last section covered is but the main thing here is that technical assistance comes in a lot of different flavors. What's that? Better? Thank you. Technical assistance comes in a lot of different flavors. It means a lot of different things to different people. So the exercise that we just went through, I think, is really helpful for kind of the formative steps of that. So I'm not going to touch on that one. But I will just say that, another part of technical assistance is our partners and our peers. It's your neighboring communities. It's great organizations like Southeast Conference and AML. Those are technical assistance, groups that can help you. So these are some examples of some TA programs. They exist all over the place, and they offer a wide variety of services. I saw a really interesting study that maybe it was a DOE put together, and we'll see if we can put together the table. But it goes through all the different TA providers and the types of services they provide and gives a really kind of clear layout. This is just kind of state, the local training and assistance program, the LTAP, TTAP through UAF, Tribal Technical Assistance, Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Center. They're really useful and really helpful. They're actually based out of Washington, but they want to help a lot of folks. Project Delivery Center of Excellence has a lot of really good tools for you out there. Everything from project delivery to innovative financing, ways to, as Ora mentioned, kind of put together those different fund sources. I did want to touch on just pay some respect out of just the traditional planning. We heard earlier today from the planning panel, the Southeast Plan is going to be coming out, and that's 18 months. Each of you have plans that you're responsible for from your comprehensive plan that's in, I think, statute, right, with about 5 sections. They're adding another housing section or trying to this session. Hazard mitigation plans, long-range plans, capital improvement plans. But what do you do in an environment where you've got a capital plan or a comprehensive plan that lasts 5, 10, 20 years, and you're dealing with so much disruption? There's this quote that I keep coming back to, and I've been going back to it. It seems like every time I give a presentation on planning for like the last 2 years, and that is the pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never again be this slow. And we're just dealing with so much disruption, whether it's a new administration, new policies, emergencies, declarations of disasters, technology and drones and workforce challenges, and they're not going to go away. And how do you keep your plans and your decision making relevant within that context and that environment? So how do you make decisions today in that type of environment? One of the things that I like to lean into is this idea of decision making under deep uncertainty. And that's to differentiate a little bit from regular uncertainty. Every type of long-range plan has some degree of uncertainty, right? But that's like when you have no idea what tomorrow is going to look like. That's where you're not looking at necessarily long-range planning, but you're looking at like, how do I analyze my environment today and not necessarily future-proof, but protect my plans and my decisions. Some of that is scenario planning. That's kind of a tried and true way of doing that, where you're looking at a range of different possible futures, and we heard a little bit about that on Tuesday. And then you say, okay, another way is like this robust decision making. It's like where you're still looking at scenarios, but like which decisions would you make in each scenario, and which ones would you make in all the scenarios? And you want to do those things first, right? We're talking about mitigating risk. We're talking about a lot of what we heard earlier with our challenges is there's not enough funding, there's not enough resources, we don't have people. Your decisions to devote resources are important, so you want to make sure you're putting it in the right things, right? So part of that is like, I want to make a decision to go after this project because I've got a higher degree of certainty than all these other things. It gets into prioritization, it gets into trying to protect, you know, those decisions and those plans. And I also wanted to, this strategic planning isn't necessarily part of this idea of decision making under deep uncertainty, but it's a powerful tool, and I think it's underutilized. And that's where you get into, and most, I think a lot of you have strategic plans, but using it every year as a way to reevaluate what is happening in our environment, what do we need to change, what type of actions do we need to change, does our comp plan still make sense? A lot of, when we talk about some of these kind of long-range plans, whether it's an area plan or a long-range transportation plan or a comp plan, is trying to get into more regular cycles. And this is a national trend through the American Planning Association and American Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations. Everybody is, how do we protect our plans and make them relevant? A lot of times these plans take 1.5 years or 2 years to develop, and are we even in the same operating environment by the time we're done for that plan to be useful and not go in the trash can or sit on a shelf and collect dust? Strategic planning is a way to do that, where you're looking at things and saying, does this plan still make sense? Where do we need to update code? Where do we need to change things? So I would just say that that should be part of your annual process. Another element is this, part of that toolbox is innovative contracting, having those partners at the ready where they can help you. Not everybody can do a contract, and not in a lot of instances it doesn't make sense to have contracts where you have people on standby, but maybe there's economies of scale where working with your peers and coming together, either going through an ARDR or going through a tribal corporation, where you can get those resources. Existing procurements that are available as subdivisions of government, you all get access to a lot of the kind of master agreements that the state can put in place and use their procurement processes for things. I think Alaska Municipal League has some contracts where they've written in where you can use their procurement process to get access to resources, or just getting these standing term agreements where you're not beholden to any amount or anything, but you've got somebody, you've gone through a procurement process, so that in that event where you need to phone a friend, it's available to you. And you'll notice this is the Typhoon Merbach, and why is that up there? Well, one of the reasons there was able to have such a rapid response is because there were term contracts in place the state had, where they were able to go, and within days, people were on planes, they were out there, they were collecting data, they were doing assessments, and part of the reason for the success of that response was having those term contracts in place. So putting it all together, this is your, one of the many, many lists of tools that you can have in your toolbox. Everything, innovative project delivery, chunking things up, stacking funding, making sure you've got partners and technical assistance on the ready, plans and planning. I'm a strong advocate of not having plans that are just policy or just this kind of ethereal thing, but having plans that are based in action and the will of the community and the people, the ability to self-actualize what your value into action, DMDU and strategic planning and innovative contracting. So these are some of the things that we recommend you seeing. Does it make sense for you and your community? Does it help you? Are you ready for the next disaster or the next administration? IIJA, we went into it with, part of the reason for transportation bills being 5 years long, infrastructure development, you want to have some degree of certainty of funding. That's why they build these things in 5-year increments. a lot of us expected there to be change, maybe not this much change with 2 years still. And then a lot of nationwide organizations are getting to this conversation of reauthorization and what comes next after IIJA. So that's that, how do you plan for the future? How do you prepare? And, making sure you've got all the tools in your toolbox is at least one good step. And I think that is us. And, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll just say, there's our contact information. He said, phone a friend, totally call. Like, we live here, we care about what happens in these in your communities, what happens with your projects. We know people who who need them. So just like give us a call anytime. And that QR code right there will just pop us an email. And I have an email that I send out on a periodic basis pretty regularly that gives federal discretionary grant updates. And somebody just was like, I haven't gotten it since November. Are you still sending it out? So if you're not getting it, like send me an email because I think something might be wrong with my list. So there's that. But also, I just wanted to highlight a couple of resources for tracking what's happening with executive orders and policies. And the National League of Cities has a tracker that just kind of like lists the policy or the executive order and then gives a short blurb about impact to cities. And the AKDOT&PF, it's like a advocacy firm. They have an executive order tracker as well. Both of these are very digestible. I think sometimes we find ourselves in the position of having to explain to a council or stakeholders what's going on. And if you need those as resources, summary resources, those are there for you. And then APTA also has a detail of executive orders and policies and regulatory changes that specifically affect transportation. So just some resources there. The typical pathways around sharing information for grants and what's happening with particular NOFOs do not appear to be working the same way right now. So, just I think don't expect if you're kind of tracking a grant program that information is going to come to you. You definitely want to go out there and be looking for it very actively. So, okay, with that, thanks so much. And you, here you go.
All right. Nice work. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, I have a very short presentation. It was covered so well. Nice work, everyone. It's also very nice to be in a room full of planners. I so often am standing in a room of sometimes policymakers or engineers or ferry operators that don't always understand the importance of planning. And that is certainly not the case in the room here today. You all live this every day, and this is going to seem super elementary, especially after this very thorough presentation we've received. So I just wanted to kind of wrap up and talk about project readiness and implementation next steps. Simple, easy. I'm not going to get into this very much. I wasn't able to see the slides beforehand, so I don't want to be too repetitive here. But of course, there's a lot of uncertainty. So we're just all kind of tracking and waiting and doing as best we can. And just always being ready, right? So the things that you all can do that sounds like you're all still doing is reaching out to your stakeholders, gathering data. What data can you have that will be helpful when the NOFOs are available and there is more information? There really isn't, there's always more data that you can be collecting, whether it's from your public, whether it's different alternatives. We heard from Chris earlier today about the different noodles and their alternatives analysis. There's always kind of some pre-feasibility that you could be doing. Working with your different agencies to make sure that your capital investments are in your planning framework and planning documents. That's kind of rudimentary first steps. Making sure that you're signing up for newsletters and this email listserv that sounds really awesome. And also reviewing your different agencies' resources to identify other opportunities. We just had this workshop about resilient communities. There's lots of ways to get help with your local DOT and other agency support. And number 5, kind of that's wrapping up all of them, is just begin compiling those key inputs. It takes time to put these grant applications together. And so when we have clients that call us and the grant application is due in like a month, you're like, wow, okay, well, I'm not sure if we're going to have the best application this time, so maybe we'll do our best this time and go for it again, but it's competitive. So you really need to be ready. You need to have your ducks in a row. You need to have the data that supports your need and what you're asking for, its economic benefits, and trying to put the lens on it to what those discretionary grants or what the focus and goals of this administration or that particular grant is looking for. So that's it, short, sweet. I'll turn it over to Caitlin. Thank you all so much for bearing with us.
I'll just go back. So thank you all. As Britta had mentioned, I was putting together a survey because as we go to different communities, whether it's for the RPO program or the Thriving Community, you guys just spent an hour kind of really working together to talk about challenges and capacity needs. But because you're in groups, I can't really decipher geographically what community is prioritizing or really, you know, what is your community's biggest need. So if you can take a moment to jump on, it's a Google form. I tried to get everything that was listed here. And just all I ask is what community are you part of or representing? And what are your top 3 to 5 of each of the things that we talked of, the capacity and the challenges. And I would really appreciate that because it just helps equip us better as we're preparing to go in to the different communities. But also, I want to say a big thank you to the partners that we had in the room today. I mean, we've got community representation, but the other big part is we had our state representatives here, our federal representatives here, and then we're really lucky to have our private sector planning partners and economists in the room with us too, to help provide free, essentially, consultation and advice as we kind of work through these challenges and try to move ahead. Alaska is one of the largest small communities you'll ever be a part of, and a lot of these professionals are part of your community and are there to help you. And so we're really fortunate that they join us for these events and continue to provide information and feedback as it's all been said, as we navigate these new times. But with that, we get to end way ahead of schedule. I don't know if Robert, okay, he's there. I don't know if you have any closing words other than thank you for sticking with us through all 3 days. We hope you found this beneficial. We hope this pivot to the Transportation Symposium was beneficial. And he's coming up because he can't help himself. He has to say.
No, I do want to say thanks. And it has been a great 3 days, but you know, as we figure out what the future lies, doing it together, contact us. Our team can help with some of the application verbiage, oversee some of make sure, you know, you've got a good team to support you on things. We'll write letters of support. Let us know how we can help as we get the SEDS underway. Make sure you're utilizing that to support your project development. We need every edge we can get to continue those federal investments and qualify on the state STIP list as well. So anyway, I just want to say thank you on behalf of Board of Directors, our staff, and just thank you for making this another successful event. So you'll have a great, safe trip home, and we'll be in touch. Don't forget to sign up for committee meetings, participate, especially as we roll out the RPO going forward. There's a lot of work ahead, and doing these specialized workshops, we'll do those elsewhere and as often as we need to make a value. But stay tuned for future committee meetings, and thank you for staying involved. And
30-day public comment period review of our 2030 SEDS. And I've been bugging our board members to kind of pre-schedule some committee meetings. So if you want to be a part of our committees, please reach out. We'll get you on those different lists, outreach lists. But we are working to update our website to kind of notify you of when those dates are scheduled moving for 2025. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.